Hello there, good afternoon, welcome. I am Wormslayer2146. It's Tuesday, 27th of December 2022. We're back to play more City Skylines. Not the same city you've been watching so far. We're going to start a brand new one today. With it being the holiday sales and all, I've gave in to the pressure and bought a few of the DLCs for the game. Not many of them, just a handful. I bought After Dark, Public Transport and Plazas and Promenades, so the kind of three that focus on the things I was enjoying in the last city we built. Traffic management, public transport, and kind of layout of cities and roads and pathways and stuff like that. So I was having a little play around with some ideas and decided those three DLCs would fit best. I think the pardon me, Industries DLC is probably the one I saw that had like the most content in it, but I wasn't particularly interested in the content that it provided and the way that it would make the game play. I would quite like to just build a city, play with that, the kind of residential side more than anything. So in this city, we're going to focus on some of the things that I didn't get to see in the last one. I specifically want to play with tourism, offices, and more of the residential layout. I've got a vague idea for what I want to build, so it'll just be interesting putting it together. And I'm not particularly interested in redoing that early game stage where you have to put down one of everything because you can only just afford it, and you need the city to grow to get the income to then go on to build what you really want to build. So we went through that process in the last city. You can see that in the VODs and they're saved on YouTube, so you can go there and see how that process played out. This time I've just enabled the Sandbox mode, so infinite money, infinite resources, nothing to worry about from that side of things. I'll still be interested in watching how the income is, how the population grows, stuff like that. I'm still interested in the numbers, but don't want to be held back from building what I feel like by those kind of like arbitrary income type thing and having to build in a forced way to get that income. So I'm going to skip all that. I've also downloaded a custom map, a mod map, that is very easy. Well, you'll see now if we hop in. It's got big flat area to build in, so we're not going to have any trouble with like things being on the wrong level, things being a bit funny, or anything like that. Some things that frustrated me a little in the last city. Afternoon, Tato. Nice to see you again. Hope you're doing well today. Yeah, so while those little things like building on a hill, they're interesting. I'm still interested in them. This city I just wanted to have an easy time with, really easy time. So pure sandbox, flat land. Oh, you've been waiting all day. Oh, I should have started early for you, shouldn't I? So we'll need to make some changes. The idea I have of the design involves the highway being wider apart than this, so we are going to have to tear out the default roads and redo the entry points and the main network between them. Like, we don't want a four-way junction here. I don't know what this canal was put into the map for, but I'm not going to use it, so we'll probably fill that in. And then we'll start laying out the grid. So the general idea this time around, we want to focus on tourism and offices, not on industry, because we just didn't do that in the last game and I want to see how they work. We don't want a city built on a perfectly square grid because we've done that already, and don't want like a ring road system. So I want the highway to cut through the centre of town, because that's different to how we did it before, And ideally we'd use lots of roundabouts, because that's like the opposite of a square grid system would be lots of roundabouts. They're good for traffic flow. Problem that I have with roundabouts is I don't like circles. They're difficult to build around, they're different to align to, so I don't like them. So I was playing around a bit, trying to think of ideas of what we could do in this build, and decided on a compromise between squares and circles would to build the entire city out of hexagons. So that's what we're going to try and do. We're going to reorganize the default roads here and then make a completely hexagonized city, which I think is going to be quite interesting. I'm looking forward to it. Squarecles, yeah, squarecles would be a good shape. Hexagons are the bestigons, definitely. Lovely to see you, Mondo. Morning. Hope you're doing well. Hope you've recovered from your 24 hours of streaming. I think I'm about 3/4 of the way through the VOD, but I'm catching up quickly. Right, so let's start by tearing out this road, because I know I'm going to move it. We'll go all the way back to the join. Oh, the viewers recovered. I couldn't really join you live. There was like a moment where I thought I might be able to, but then, you know, Christmas happened, so I missed it. I hope you got some people who were able to hang out with you for the day. It'd be good. I'd make highlights. That'd be cool. You use paint and copy over the squarecles. Ooh, sounds interesting. Sure, it's going to be fun. I had a bit of a play with some bits and pieces. Obviously the is it me, or is that delete sound even louder than it was last time we played? We cut that back a bit. They just make it louder every time you buy a DLC. Not sure that's improving anything. Jesus. Is it an ambient instead of a... Well, if we mute ambient... No. Is it an effect? No. Is it part of the user interface? Yes. Ah, there we go. Some nice silent deleting instead. There, much more peaceful. Just the sound of the wind while we tear the roads up. Yeah, I'm still coughing away here. I don't know how long that is now, but I am getting fed up of it. Might contact the doctors later in the week, or after the new year maybe. See, get an x-ray of my chest or something. Wonder if it's an infection. Something annoying like that. UI sound. Yeah, it's a bit... It's connected to the UI bulldoze function, I guess. But still. It's a shame to delete this lovely intersection that the map gave us for free. It's a very pretty one, but it doesn't fit my design, so it's got to go. Oh, I'm sure it's nothing serious. It's just a lingering cold, or a... I'm pretty sure I had one last year as well. Like just a cough that lasted like a month or two or something. And getting older, can't fight things off like I used to when I was young. Okay, almost all deleted. Some of those trucks are just going to have to fall into the sea, poor things. Okay, that will strip back that end, that strip back that end. A little bit of landscaping I wanted to do. You get a cough every year and then you just grow your beard out. Interesting. Just keep you a bit warmer for the winter months, yeah. Wrong button. Oh boy. Bigger brush, not so strong. Set to that height and we'll just join there and fill in this. Need to do something with the random lumps that they did the bridges over as well. Not sure why they put the bridges so high, because the boat routes don't go up these rivers. So I think I'm going to flatten this down as well. Beard up. Action roguelike barbershop. That'd be an interesting twist on Played Up, yeah. People come in and you got to cut their beards down to size. It's a bit prettier. We've got another random canal type thing over here. Tells you how accurate the or how many times you cut their neck open, because I could not be a barber, man. My hands are barely stable enough to control a keyboard and mouse. I can't could not be cutting people's hairs. Oh yeah, like power wash, yeah, that kind of slow paced chill kind of thing. The last lump, I think, so we'll have a proper flat sandbox to work with. Good. I'm not sure I can paint. I'll paint this ground and cover it in sand or trees. Water, rocks. No, I don't know if I've got a tool that will recolor. It doesn't bother me too much. We'll leave it anyway. Okay. So I want to. That one's not quite straight. Is this one? Not quite. Maybe we should have kept a bit of road that was aligned on the axis. Can I easily do that anywhere? Not really. Let's try up here to create a road that is the right angle so that we can build square to the map itself. Just have to do with being close to it. That looks good. Yeah, that looks close enough. Okay, so we can. It's eerily quiet. I'll turn the user interface back up. We won't go all the way because we will have more deleting to do and don't want to completely destroy my ears. So I want a 3-lane highway. Comes in a straight line. And then the general design I came up with as I was playing around requires the other road to be 10 units away from it. So that one's going to go there. We just need to find a neat way of joining them together. Actually, these should be elevated. the way I had it. One step off the ground was enough in general, I think. It was a question of whether I was going to run a monorail underneath the highway, which I don't think we will. So one step up should be enough. Hopefully. We can always lift the whole thing later. It's a very chill sandboxy build, so we don't really need to stress over any deconstruction, reconstruction that we might need to do. That one should be going that way. Need to join those roads to these roads in as neat of a fashion as we can get away with. Use the freeform tool. Generally found you get this like blue snap line that comes out of the road. If you line your freeform onto that and then take it, you get a pretty good one. It's not an amazing curve. Creates a bit of a kink there. You can see sometimes that angle is just a bit much and it slows the vehicles down as they come over it. If you get a nice smooth curve, they don't slow down. Try building it opposite way around. Come out of here until it's not going to give us the snap point though, that's annoying. Out there. Just turn it round, that's much worse. So you really see a big kink where those two bits join. No, okay, that's fine. I will just come forward another block first, though. Don't think we're going to get any better than that. That'll have to do. This one's a bit more awkward. We're a bit further away. Finish up listening to stuff, to play music. No problem, Mondo. Have a good lurk. Thank you for stopping by anyway. This really doesn't line up great. What we do, to take it back another step. Or building that one backwards as well. Not terrible. That, I think that's the best I've seen. That'll do the job. And then the rail line, when we work out what we're doing with rail, we can deal with that later, but we can pass it underneath the road here now that we've elevated it, which is best. Okay, so let's continue. Highway is going to run through like the centre of the city, so now that we've started building on it, this map looks a lot bigger than I thought it was going to be, which is cool. Somewhere around here there's going to be a corner to join with the road coming from the west. That should be 10 units away. This should line up with the other half when we get the other end. Good. If we do need to lift the bridge like the defaults were, then we can come back later and lift it. I just don't think we do need to for any reason. So I kind of wanted to line that up from this end, but it doesn't look like we're going to be able to. We need to use like this type of road to get a good estimate of where we need to be. Maybe there. It's probably workable. Yeah, not bad. So change that road to highway. I guess I want this corner to be as tight as it can because it's going to be in the middle of a city. It could be a problem. We might need to put the city floor grid into place to know how we can do that best. We'll come back to that corner. Let's put the other side of this in. Oh, and driving on the right. Yeah, that's facing the correct direction, that's fine. It's fine. A bit annoying that one of the bridges has built supports on and the other one hasn't. Not sure why that would be, but there we go. Maybe we put the other roads in and rebuild those bridges, it might do it differently. I think we can come a little further. Use that same freeform to try and bad. I think that's a bit too far forward. Out there, maybe? Again, not perfect. Can we... Can't delete anymore. I don't think we're going to get any better than that, really. We'll see when the traffic starts flowing whether it's actually causing a problem or not. This one we probably want to do the ramp up a little further towards the water. Let's try it there. See how that goes. Great from that direction. I think we need to move it a bit further back. Can't get a great curve on that. We get a good curve at one end, it just doesn't look very good the other end, so not looking great. Try bringing it back a little further. Gonna have to have one that's not great, I think. Yeah. Can try. Trying to make a smoother curve one way then the other way, so you get two bends instead of one that's kinked, but here we're snapping onto too many things to, I think. And that's better. It's a bit smoother rather than... It's a bit smoother. We'll make do. As long as it isn't slowing the cars down as they come into the map or out of the map. It's not such a big deal. We'll, once they're over this bridge and onto our actual distance and gridded stuff, then that's the bit I care about most. I did just want to do that bridge again, didn't I? That's better. They've both got like a support structure on them now. It's a bit nicer. Okay, so that's the highway we're going to have. And then we're going to build the city all around it. Not sure we're going to use this entire map. It is actually a lot bigger than I thought it was. We'll see. You know, it's a sandbox mode, so we can just build over the whole map and fill it in. And see how that affects traffic. Okay, so basic structure of the city is going to be, like I said, on a hexagon pattern. If we... I'm not sure what road I want to use. Probably one of the smaller ones. Like in the old city, we built everything on like a 6-lane grid, and that's really not necessary. It's better to reduce the traffic, I think, than give it 6 lanes to drive in, because you just end up with a big block. Medium size? 2-lane maybe? Or 2 lanes each way, but then we might as well use small sized 4-lane. It's that one. Options have we got? Let's place some out and see how they look. They're very pretty, the little ones. Bus lane. Don't think we need bus lane in the main layout, because I have a vague idea of bus lanes that cut through the hexagons. Cycle lane could be cool. So that's like 1 lane for driving, 1 lane for cycling, and grass down the middle. Trees down the middle is an option. It's very pretty, and it is just 1 lane for cars. 2 might be better. Because the hexagons function a bit like a roundabout in some ways, we could do it with one-way roads. 3 lanes and a cycle lane. Which is kind of nice. No trees on it though. I do like the roads with trees on. 2-lane road. Trees, that's not This one's kind of my favourite road. It's got the trees down the middle of the cycle lane, but I'm concerned about only having one lane for vehicles. If everything keeps moving, it's not so much of an issue, I guess. But I can see like emergency vehicles getting stuck behind whatever other traffic we got going on. Can change the road later, of course. You can just come over and swap it into something else. Guess the next option up would be 4-lane decorative. So that's 2 lanes of vehicle, cycle path and trees. On the medium-sized road. And that's on the large size. I do think that's too big. So I'd pick between these 3. Whether we do the whole thing in one-way grid. Which could help traffic, actually. If it's one way, they're not constantly trying to cross over one another as often. Let's try that. I do prefer the look of the one with the trees down the middle, but no real option for that, is there? Not with... So small road, one way, cycle lane and trees. Doesn't exist. Try 3-lane one way with cycle lane. If the one-way system doesn't work out, then we'll swap it to this 2-way, 2-lane, cycle lane and trees. So we're using that road. The hexagon is built with 14 unit stretches, so 14 units that way. There's 24 between them, 14 units that way. Need to build an arm out here to align to. And then you need 120 degree, which you can never quite get in the game. So this has got 120.3 degree, which is close enough. Likewise on that side, so that should flow counterclockwise or clockwise. What's the better? They're going to come off this road into a hexagon. Counterclockwise will fit the pattern. So that is a hexagon that the city grid is going to be lined up to. I am just going to grab one. And save it so that we can create them should we need to. So we need to work out how we're going to fit a corner into the pattern. We need to build the hexes out a bit and then try and kind of align them with both the east-west and the north-south highways to get them in the right space. Then we can start expanding the grid across the city and create the junctions and stuff like that. So this corner is going to be a pivotal part of the layout, the tessellation of the hexagons. I grab all that and remove a couple roads. Then I can copy that somehow, can't I? You just do a Control C? Yeah, you do. You disable the selection of trees while we do that. Put that, I need to snap. And I think the move it tool doesn't quite, when you kind of plop the copied items down, it doesn't snap the roads together. So you need to rebuild the junction points into one another. How much do we want to build out? I want to build out, well, quite a lot of it. The hexagon that goes there needs those. That road. No, that goes there. And then the ones that go on the left-hand side of here need all of that. And those. There. So let's just tidy up their joining points. Make sure each hexagon is going the right way round. Which is interesting, because this is both the top of a hexagon going that way and the bottom of a hexagon going that way. So it could go either way. Ooh, one-way system might not make sense. Because, well, that's fine. I mean, as we add another row, these roads will need to be going the other way to follow the pattern. So it's only like the actual topmost hexagon where they're going to go that way, or the rightmost or the leftmost. Otherwise we need a pattern like all horizontal roads go east and all vertical go north. So even that one will flip around ultimately. The viability of that might depend on the junctions that join the highway. Have to see how they line up to the one-way system to see if it works or not. For now, I think we can continue with it. We shall see. So that road needs to go down, but we'll probably get flipped around in a minute. It's interesting, at least, as we work out how it's going to fit together. To build it out a bit bigger before we try and line it up. So I want that bit to go there. Probably want to do the one below as well, but that road's in the way at the moment. So let's build upwards instead, I guess. So that road, that should be flipped, and that and that. I don't think the one-way system works, because you can have a hexagon that goes counterclockwise. Make it the Civ map. Yeah. Hexagons are a good shape. I like them. It's like we kind of need to alternate it. So if that hexagon is a counterclockwise one, then all the ones touching it need to be clockwise ones. And the next lot, that's way too complicated. Let's start the other way round with the two-way road. And hope that it can carry sufficient traffic, I guess. If it can't, maybe we'll need to upgrade to large or medium roads. Wish I had a hexagon for the plate up map. Be interesting. I've never been to a restaurant where you eat on a hexagon table though. I don't think. Okay, so that being the case, I won't worry about the. If we need to re-import a hexagon, we can just change the road after we got it in. So to make that corner, I need new eyes for that lot. Gonna do one more to the north and then maybe another couple rows over. Hexagons are more popular than you'd think. We've seen some. This kind of makes sense. At least, in my mind, it would make more sense to have a restaurant with hexagon tables than round tables. Because circles are terrible. But then the mayor of Hexagon City would tell you that. The next row over needs all of that lot and that one. Yep. Then okay. I'm sure that's enough to work with, but it'll have to do for a minute. So you align the highway to the center of one of the hexagons, so that middle point of the hexagon where the angle is equally spaced between the two, and then essentially in this, like further along, not at the corner but further along, we'll pull off the highway and join at this point within a hexagon, and then similar on the other side, and there's a big junction to get them off the highway into the hexagons. They're aligned like that-ish. We need the corner to happen like within that hexagon, which I don't think is possible. Let's try and get this. I think that's the central square. Can't visualise the grid. I don't think I've got button. There we. Ah, that's that grid, not the one I was thinking of. That looks central. That does not. Maybe there. Not quite. Possibly there. Let's look at that gap versus that gap. I reckon that's central. And that. So the way I had looked at it and planned it all out is based on this horizontal highway pulling off into the hexagons. Because they're hexagons and not octagons, that makes it different when you're heading north-south. So I've got no plans for how we would pull off this highway and down. We can design something later, I'm sure we can, if we need to. Concern is that runs quite close to that point. Does that matter? I don't think so, because it then moves away. That should be fine. We need to obviously remove like where that support is as we build the highway in and stuff like that, but that's fine. We're just aligning things now, and we'll place the actual firm roads shortly after. I think that hexagon grid is in place, the correct place. So I'm gonna build the corner in, I guess. Try to build the corner. So we need to take that back a ways. And I did, evidently one of the DLCs that I bought features a 4-lane highway. I'm still going to work with the 3-lane by default, but it means the T-junctions on the highway we were designing in the old city, we'll be able to do something a little different this time round, using the 4-lane highway to create the path that comes off, which is interesting. It's just I didn't know that one of the DLCs gave a 4-lane, or I might have bought it earlier. Okay, so I'm going to put supports either side of the road, and then we come all the way across. It will put a support in the middle, I guess. Yeah, it does. That shouldn't be a problem. It's going to come down to there. This one likewise. I guess the last point you can put the supports in to straddle the road. That puts a support in the middle. Yeah. There we may have an issue. Come to in a moment. Is that's 8 units that way to 9 units that way. It's not bad to just build a corner then. Ideally it would be like perfectly curved. So I'll bring that back. Instead of 1 back, it's 2 back, and that creates a 9-unit corner, which doesn't fit. Okay. The support in the middle of that hits the road, whereas the 8-unit didn't. We also measured in the previous game that an 8-unit corner on a 3-lane road maintained full speed. Don't know about an 8-unit corner on a highway. Also just noticed those arrows are pointing into each other. We're driving on the right here. It's just the last bit of road I've rebuilt, isn't it? Yeah, that's... that bit of road goes that way, fine. Okay, so we can't put a 9-unit in. A bigger corner is going to have the same problem until the support goes left of this road, which we vaguely want to avoid that, so that the corner is within a hex. So we can have a corner that is off center. So it'll be 9 down, 8 across. No, it won't let me build that now. Hang on. It's not, like, terrible. Can also use the mods to force the 8 unit, I guess. I can try that. If I take the road underneath away, make an 8 unit corner. No. A 9 unit corner. Then we can move the support away, rebuild the road underneath, move the support back somewhere vaguely sensible. Is it snapping? Turn that off. It's fine. It's back in the middle of the road, back where it ought to be, and it's not actually like covering the road at all. Part of the pavement, I guess, but happy with the way that looks. It's only going to be awkward if we need to move it later. We would delete more of the road, so that's fine. But that is definitely not a straight road. Not sure what's happened there. Why don't I... Can I use node controller to tidy that up? Move that edge to there. Doesn't look like it's wanting to do that. No. Can I try the other way round? No. Something still doesn't really just look right. I mean, we can shift it. That looks good. 2 meter shift. That road now looks straight, I think. Oh, that means that the corner that we built in just wasn't right, wasn't correct. I'd be happier stripping this back and redoing it. It may have, like, snapped to a point we didn't want it to. Try and remake a 9 unit corner here. Can we remove some of those snap points? They look lined up. Do to me. Don't see anything that suggests this straight road isn't straight. So let's rejoin them and see what the issue is, if there is still an issue. No, that looks fine. So maybe it was something to do with when I moved the support, shifted the node or something somehow. Yep, this X recompleted. Shift him back into place. All good. There is a corner with a hexagon underneath it, so we just need to do the other side. 3-lane highway. I want this corner to have the same apex. So start it at the same point, which is just before there. Ends up being an 18 unit. Shouldn't it be a 19 unit? That's a 9 unit corner and we're 10 units away from it. I think it should be, yeah, that. I think 19 there and 19 up, which luckily just builds itself nice and neatly. No support issues, that's wonderful. And straight join there. It's not quite straight at the exit of the corner, so we want to rebuild this one downwards and then flip the direction. It's very out. Something is not right about that corner. Highways look fine. So we are just trying to join these two together. Maybe I was wrong, maybe it is the 18 units. No, because that's 18 by 19. So it should be there, the 19 snap. That creates a corner at 88 degrees, it should definitely be 90. Remove some snap points. So it should be there. No. Do 18 to 19, it's at 90 degrees, okay. Okay, so we want to move the road on the left back one. To there. Then we get 19 degrees on both sides and a 90-degree corner. Perfect. The brown bridge. Okay. Traffic can come in at both points, and it's got a nice, neat corner that fits within the hex grid. It's not like central within that hex. It looks like the outside one might be. If we shift all the hexes over, yeah, it just wouldn't line up anywhere else. Yeah, definitely not. I mean, we could move all the hexes one to the right so that it goes over that road. I mean, we'd have trouble with the supports then, and it wouldn't change the alignment like that. It would still be in the middle of that hex. So I think this is as good as any other option that may exist. Fine. Good. Now we just need more hexagons. Need to fill in across and then decide where the off-ramps are going to go, how we're going to space them out. So I guess we'll just copy-paste the grid for some distance. It's probably best to take the highway away, put the hexagons in, and then put the highway back in, would be my thought. Let's destroy areas with destruction sound. Jeez. There. Okay, next row. We need that. Not that. That'll work. I think this gives enough structure to then like join the missing pieces up after. It's definitely in the wrong place. So let's tidy up what we've done so far. So each needs 2 little bits of road taking away. Fill in the missing pieces. A few more to do. That's fine. It's a bit different, but it's fine. I don't think we're going to go further than that. Like these fields that the map maker put in will leave as they are. They're kind of pretty anyway, so we'll end at the edge there. Let's just join these up properly. Okay. Yeah, that's the edge there. Not sure how far north and south we're going to go. Could go further east as well. There won't be any junctions there, so for spacing out the junctions, this is all we really need. Let's put the highway back where it belongs. I think I'm definitely going to need to take all of my breaks properly in this stream, because my eyes are going crazy already and we're not even got all of the hexagons built. There's that side. Come back on the other one. Just going to remove that guideline snap. A couple of them look like it might be trying to take us off the straight. I didn't actually check if I'd aligned everything properly. We don't get to the end and then I find out we're not actually centralised. Tough. So this road should be 5 units from each. Yeah, which it is. Good. That is perfect. Okay. So the straight bit of east-west highway has got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 24 hexagons underneath it. Which is a nice number. If we had a junction every 8. So 1, 2, 3, 4. A junction there. One there. And one, no, one right at the start doesn't work. The junction takes 3 or 4 hexes to do. Kind of want it to be maybe 6 from each end. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One there. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One there. Just have the 2 junctions to come off at. The best option. Or would be like 4 in and 1 in the middle. More junctions off is better. I'm not hoping there's not going to be much traffic because we're not planning on doing industrial. We're certainly not going to do industrial in the hexes in the middle of the city. So could 2 be enough? No, I think I want to do 3. So let's start with one dead centre. There isn't a dead centre because it's an even number. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Let's call this one centre. So there's 12 to the left and 12 to the right if you include the one that's got the highway in it. So if we do a junction there, then we'll see. Then we'll work something out. Okay, so to do the junction, I'm going to need the hexes below the line as well. So let's grab like that. Yeah, kind of. It's doubled up the roads there. probably need one more row as well. That might be easier to... 24 units. No, that is not easier. That's central. It's 7 units that way, 7 units that way. 14 units at 120 degrees. Yep. Okay. Okay. So we come off the highway onto here, and then we join from here onto the highway. So we need the highway ramps. It's a road that's central, and we join 45-degree angles. Coming off first, yeah. Then a corner. I've lost the snap angle. We know from previous experience we need to finish 4 away from the highway. It's going to be over here somewhere, so why don't we put a bit of road in there for that. It's going to need to cross that road and then come to the ground. Doesn't leave much for a corner. It's 10 units from there. 8 units from there, okay. 2 units forward, 8 unit corner with a ramp. That is an ugly ramp. Way too steep. There aren't many other options. We can't come down before that road because then it's got to cross that road. Oh, unless we take that road out. Not against doing that. Can also do it on the other side of the highway. I guess. Build a road above a road, can you? No. Because of the supports, of course. We just have to take that road out. Unless we change the junction so it's one further away, like if we do it at the bottom of this hex, we got more space to play in. Don't really like that, prefer being this close. Change one where it exits. What do you mean by that? Change one where it exits. Oh, change, yeah. Could not do the curve and come onto these roads instead. like having it fork, and I like it being that close to the road, not this close. So we can remove that road to achieve it, which isn't not the end of the world. There's not going to be any buildings on here, so units. Like that. The exit's like a 10 unit chunk, and then the ramp down is a 10 unit chunk. There's an 8 unit corner, which we know is wide enough to maintain speed. And then a fork so that traffic is kind of divided a bit. If only a bit, but it will help. Just requires that one road being taken out. Yeah. I think is fine in general. This would mean traffic heading north of the highway would favour this junction rather than this one, because they'd want to use that road to get through. Go underground. Possibly would need these bits to go under. She's got no good stat points for, of course. No, yeah, absolutely, Tato. We're sandboxing ideas. So I'm not going to jump to just doing whatever in this case. We'll try whatever. If you've got an idea, then throw it out there. We'll give it a go. Absolutely. So we can do that. That's not bad, is it? That's pretty good. Interesting how if you ask for a road with trees, it takes the trees away if you go underground, which is good, I guess. Can't do the ramp back up, so this needs to stay underground as well. So we'll need to go underground there and there. Which I've taken away all the stat points from. There you go. That needs to come out as well. 14 units. Guess 119.5 will have to do. Yeah, absolutely. And then that one joins there. So obviously, like from the sky, the bird's eye view, you can't see the hex. And maybe we can, I don't know, maybe we can do something, put some props down or something that make it clear that it's there. But I like that a lot. In terms of the traffic can still flow in its hexagonized patterns. That's very cool. Great idea. So let's put the other bits of the junction in and look at it. The one thing I haven't thought about yet is whether we want. So part of the reason for separating the highway out like this is it leaves enough space to pull off both sides. So as well as pulling off in the traditional way to the right hand side, we can pull a lane off to the other direction and then send that one north. Which I don't think you really often see that in. Where I've seen that in the real world is to move from highway to highway, not highway to low road. But it's something we could do if things line up. Okay, so the next part of the junction is to rejoin the eastbound carriageway. That happens in this hex. So we're going to need to take out that road. And lost already, but I think like that. So this one they go underground, and then that's, yeah, good. That goes under. It's not snapping right, or not snapping how I want it to. Try and snap above the ground. There we go. Like that. There to join it. Then that one, so we need 14 units out and down. There to there. Then same kind of thing from this angle. Yeah. No, gone that too far. Is there. Put it underground. Join that one up to it, and then join that up to there. So that is, yeah, a mirror of what we did the other side. Spot on. I think. They don't look. That doesn't look right. Why doesn't that look right? 14 units, and that's 14 units, so it is right. It's 24 units across. Yep, just my eyes. Okay, so the hexagons still exist, they're just underground. It's cool. It's very cool, I like it. Happy with that. That can come out, that's just for marking. So we need to do this type of thing, but here. So outbound roads, 10 units long, 45 degrees. We're going to finish 4 units away from there. That's going to be too close. So I think it was 8 units the other side. Up again. Eight unit corner with a 90-degree bend. Perfect. Turn that around. Take markers away. 180 units, so 10 units to get up. Then over the next 10 unit block we join. It's there. That. That's the mirror of those. Good. Great. Well, so we want to do the other side. Can we? I bet this won't work very well. Copy that. Turn it around. Is there a turn it around button? Not really. Rotate that centre, but no. Fine. We'll just build it properly. So this is coming off. Eight units with 90 degrees, that's spot on. 10 unit ramp, and then that's the spot. But yeah, that's the off ramp and down, and then we need the on ramp over here. It's 90 degrees, that's good. Ten units up, and then 10 units on. Good. There are the junctions. Cool. So one thing I want to do is essentially we want to protect the on ramp so that it can definitely get on. And the way we did that in the old city is we had 3 lanes before. The 3rd lane is forced off. The bridge is only 2 lanes all the way across. And then at this end, the joining ramp becomes the 3rd lane that carries on, which I like a lot. Gives you like full protection. But having the 4-lane highway gives us the option of having the joining ramp be the 4th lane for a period, let's say to the next hex. And we can use the node controller mod to shift the lane over. So you tell that outside you want it to be lined up with the previous edge, and then keep coming along to shift all the nodes over to line up with that. And you get, it's not perfect, it's close. You get the outside of the 3-lane and the 4-lane in roughly the same spot all the way along, and the inside then joins and becomes the 4th lane and gives them that length, that hex of length, 25 units ish, whatever it is, to move over before they get back to the 3-lane. So we would paint our lines in like we had before. Solid line there, solid line there, solid there, and then these are dashed lines over. And a filler in that space. Stripes will do. So the joining ramp can always join, and then up this end, hopefully by this point they've moved over. It's not like perfect. A lot of those lines aren't really straight. The width of the 4-lane highway isn't quite what you'd want it to be, to make that look beautiful, but it's close. And then we would do the same at this other end, have a hex of 4-lane. Use the node controller to shift it over. Nope, that's wrong. Other way round. From there to there. There we go. Paint in as well, a similar kind of fashion. Solid lines on the edges. Dashed ones on the lanes. Probably change this arrow so that tells them they can move into that lane. Fill up between all of them with stripes or whatever. And that's, you know, I'm very happy with that kind of arrangement. 3 lanes carry on, one of them comes off, and then another one joins. It's very much what I've seen in like real world American highway intersections. There's an extra lane for a while. One thing I don't necessarily like about it is like they still have to rejoin. Like at this point they go from 4 to 3. Which means they're not as protected as how we did it before, where the bit between the 2 junctions was cut down. So in this case you're turning 3 lanes of traffic into 4 lanes of traffic. In the previous city the way we did it is turning 3 into 3. So you don't need 3 lanes between the junctions, because if you had 3 full lanes of traffic before, you can't have more than that until you reach the on-ramp. So this bridge in the middle can be 2 lanes without having any traffic issues. I do kind of prefer that. I mean, this is a very neat solution that I would be happy to have, but I think I prefer the other way round. I think. So we can have a look at that instead. Well, let's do that on the other side to compare them. One thing I haven't looked at is, I think as well as a 4-lane highway, there's a 2-lane highway, yeah. So if rather than like blanking the inside lane, we actually change it to a 2-lane highway. And then again, you'd use no controller to shift that side out. That didn't look very good. No, it doesn't, but let's go a little bit further to look at it. So the lanes are aligned, but the outer concrete barrier is not. Take the take that corner, don't know which one that is, so that one, shift it out so the concrete's in line. That, then your lanes are not in line at all. It's not like terrible, but it's not good, and it's shifted this concrete out of line quite badly, which again you can use the no controller to shift that. Probably it's a lot of fiddling. Don't particularly like that. Let's reset. Didn't think I would, on the basis that it makes the road itself thinner by swapping it down. So the way we did it before is to have the 3-lane highway and just use the intersection painter to block off the inside lane. Like filling that with a stripe to 90-degree angle, I guess. And doing that all the way along, and then using TMPE to forbid all traffic on that lane. And you know, that stops people from driving in it. You then force that lane off completely. Well, let's carry it on the whole way to see the full picture, I guess. This is a lot longer than the intersections we did in the old city. So I'm not sure about having the lane striped out for this distance. Not much further. Two more, okay. And I did find out one of the open questions I had after fiddling with the intersections like this last time was this arrow at the end of the lane we're not using. I couldn't find a way of getting rid of it, but I did work out how you do that in the end. So if you use TMPE and use the lane connector, you can connect a lane to itself, which then blocks it and removes the arrow. We can have them like that, all the lanes line up, and then the blocked lane is blocked the whole way. Can do the vehicle restriction and apply to the whole road. That'll apply all the way along just between the two junctions. Should do lane connection here to make them just go straight. And then yeah, we paint in, same as on the other side, solid lines on the edges, dashed lines between the lanes, and a bit to fill in here. Doing stripes as well. Same at this junction. Solid outsides, dashed lanes. Fill that weird shaped bit in. Slightly misaligned, that's interesting. Can I... that... Those are the edges, I guess. It's changed its functionality somehow in a way I don't understand. Yeah, let's not fiddle with that too much. That'll do, close enough. So I like this solution a lot. 3 lanes become 3 lanes, and then at the other end 3 lanes become 3 lanes. Things aren't perfectly aligned at the junctions, but it's fine. It looks nice ish. And the bridge looks alright. Like, it's a bit weird having lines all the way down, but that is a long distance to have the lines all the way down. It does look a bit funny. Yeah, I don't know, looking at them both now. I mean, I like both of them. And to be fair, in any real city or country or what have you, you rarely get 2 junctions that look exactly the same, even ones that are opposite each other. So don't necessarily have to do everyone exactly the same, but you know what I'm like, I'd rather it was. I find this one with the 4-lane, the short 4-lane section, to be more realistic, more real world like. So I think we should do them like that. They're also quicker to set up, but that doesn't really bother me. Yeah, I think we should do them like this. And we'll see how traffic behaves like that. If it turns out that traffic really struggles to rejoin or whatever, then we'll do them the old way, because we know that works. Okay, fine. That means resetting everything I've done over here. We go. So we need to upgrade to 4 lanes up to, well, the same point, I guess, although that's that's not the same point, is it? What has gone on there? Check the other end. It's not the same point either. Be 3-lane until can't go there because it goes red, so back one to there, then 4-lane onwards. And that needs to be node controller adjusted. No, that's work our way along. So that one needs to be lined up with that one. This one with that one. Then that one with that one. That's better. Fine, so this should be the same. 4-lane over, that's the first it can, so that should be, oh, but it's not lined up. It's the direction matters, like where it becomes possible to build the supports. Road below is identical on both sides, which is weird. So let's line, that one's like there. That one's no. Something is interesting here. It's both say 90 degrees, but you can see as it snaps, it does move over. Like that would be 90. Not that, but that. They are not lined up, but that is definitely closer than it was, so I shan't worry anymore about that. Let's sort this one out. So that wants to line up with that. It's all good. Paint this junction in. Change that arrow. They join, merge. Change this. Just want to reset that junction so they can do whatever, I guess. No, we want to force them into not trying to merge at that junction. Vehicle restrictions, we want to remove them all and apply that all the way down. Then we want to paint this one in as well. Little fill to do there, which looks good with the stripes that way round, in my opinion. So that's good, that's good, that's good, and that's good. So we just need to do the ones over this side. That road is aligned, but this is, yeah. Supports aren't at the right point. That might be okay. Let's try and line up with that and see if it's acceptable. So that Again, it looks about there, but not quite. It's the same thing, really. It tells me it's 90 degrees, but I can see that it isn't. But it's close enough not to concern ourselves with it. Right, let's node controller. Move that side point in. Shift it over all the way down to here. Good. And then I should be able to grab the intersection marking from this one, copy it, and paste it here. Flip it. No, something is not right with that. Oh, but what it's pasted is close, so that's all we actually need there. And then change that arrow to tell them they can come into the lane that's coming off. Arrows there are good, but I would like to copy that. That is the copy button, yeah. That is the paste button. Ah, there we go. It's one rotation and that one's worked okay. So that junction's okay, that junction's okay. Just check it's not got any... So lane assignments. We do want to tell them... Oh no, the arrows are telling them what to do there and there, so we don't need to give them lane assignments there, nor there, there, or there, but here we don't want joining traffic to try and do anything silly, so make it explicit what we expect of them at those junctions there. I think that's it. Everything's aligned, everything's painted, everything's configured. Good. There is one of the highway junctions finished. Good. Looks good. So now it's just where we put the next ones in. I think we're going to need more than one in the city. We could try and put one on the vertical highway. Don't really want to. Kind of want to stop the hexes before that corner and that be the edge of the city itself. Kind of. Oops, didn't mean to unpause. I'm very tempted to do that because I'm not actually going to put any buildings in the one that's got the road. Could put buildings the other side. Could put like a T-junction here instead and carry the main road on to come off later. Don't really want to do that either. Got on this side then, so it took us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hexes to do the full junction. You leave a gap and then do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Still space, so leave 1, 2, 3, then do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I like that. Then 2 on the end, so if we leave 1, 2, 3 and then do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's only one hex before the corner. If we shift that whole junction one hex to the left, we can leave 2 empty hexes, do another junction in both directions, and cut the hexes here, which I would like to do. Then we shift this all one hex to the left without remaking the whole thing. No, we can't. We can use move it to shift stuff, but I've not been able to get it to do underground and above ground at the same time, so we can shift all the above ground stuff and then redo the underground. It's not too much of a hassle. So if I take this hex away, can't shift one hex, can we? Because that's not how they align. If we shift one hex to the left, we have to go half a hex up or down. So we can't. We can't. Okay. Next ideas then. There it is at the moment. It's 1, 2. Another junction of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 1, 2. So I miscounted that, or mismathed it. 2 empty ones, a junction, 2 empty ones. This side, 2 empty ones, a junction. So let's just remove this hex. And that's fine. Gonna have 2 empty hexes and then the junction again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 2 empty hexes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2. Yeah, that's fine then. Just got the maths wrong the first time. Boy, hexagon's starting to confuse me. There we go. Okay, that's all rebuilt and stuff, but we need to have the hexagons south of the highway so that we can build into them. So yeah, we need to go further with this grid. So some easy bit that I can grab. That if we just take that star, I place this in lots of different places to line. It's there. Kind of. But also kind of not. Not sure that's really pasting enough. considering how many you have to rebuild to actually get the roads to join. Yeah, and how much you can't do without. That's okay, I guess, which is pretty good. Yeah, not great. It's even worse. It's not the section I want, is it? That's just those, I guess. Yeah. That's not where I want that. I bet when we unpause the city and everything starts flying, we're going to find a whole bunch of roads that are not actually joined from all this pasting. Not that I imagine us unpausing this city for quite a while. Got a lot of bits and pieces to work on, I guess. Like now, we're building all this in just to line up the junctions and stuff. I haven't actually thought about what buildings are going where and how and anything like that. So for that gap, I want like that. No? Ah, there. Okay. So not those, but these. Look at that. Yeah. Just we don't have that anywhere else, so. Okay, that's all filling that way. Let's fill in to the right. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 at that level. So we want 1, 2, 3, 4, like that much. Lag. Except for the top right road and a lot of the top left. Okay. Not that. That. The top right road. There, good. Just need to find all of those winning points that we've just pasted in. So there. Going. Okay, so just this edge corner here needs that. missing a couple here to make everything equal, which I do enjoy. Good. So now we need to copy all this. Don't think we can actually copy. I just don't think it'll line up or snap or make our lives really easier in any way. So, okay. That's the centre point. So the roads that come out of the centre point, left and right, need to be going underground. So we're leaving 1, 2, and then we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is the centre point. Ah. That doesn't work. It doesn't work because the centre point needs to be the centre of a hex and not the road of a hex. So if we leave 2 gap and then do 5, it doesn't work. So our options are leave a 1 gap and it'll work, or leave a 3 gap. I think a 3 gap is better. Put the other 2 junctions closer to the edges. Neither here nor there, I reckon, but let's say that. So 1, 2, 3, it'll be 1 off the edge and there. So that's the centre one. So those are going underground. Let's do that. So we need something to snap on. Far enough. 14 units across, but underground. Then that one joins. Interesting. Ah. No, they go underground here, don't they? Units from there, but underground. That one joins that one, and then that goes underground to there. 14 units from there. That joins. They go under to there. That's the underground section on that side of it. Oh, it's break time. Legs are starting to feel it, so let's remember when I get back we need to do the other underground bit right in front of us there, and then put in the other bits of the junction for coming off the highway here, then repeat the whole process on the right hand side there. And then that's probably kind of it for the highway and the junctions off it, so we can then look at how the buildings are going to go within the hexes, because I haven't looked at that at all yet. So that'd be interesting. So just the usual, 2 or 3 minutes, refill the drink, stretch the legs, do all those healthy things. Recommend you do the same if you've been sitting staring as long as I have. And we'll be back in a couple of minutes to carry on. I will see you then. Hello there, I am back from the break. Ready for more roadworks. Let's head back underground on this side. So that's... measure in here. Goes under there. Then these ones need to come out, don't they? Yeah. There, that can join it. All good. Here we go, that's the underground on both sides done. So that will let us put these, this thing isn't it, highway ramp junctions in. We want to be off ramp here. Here. Other side it will be a off ramp here. Here. Need to put a spacer in so we can find the 8 unit corner, I think. Just gonna check that on one of these. Yeah, it's 8 unit corner. Good. Then take the spacers out. Line them up properly. Here's the off. Really dislike that. I like to work orthogonally, so I'm facing north in a straight line, but it puts the construction cost over the length measurement. So I have to work at an angle to be able to see the measurement. I'd rather have it the other way around, rather have the measurement on top. That's more important to me. It's about there, I think. So 5 units forward and then the corner. Yep, that's good. There and joining. Not there, that's not right. Yeah, it's like there. Good, there's the on ramp, so off and on, and then same this side. That's good. It's your off ramp. It's not right. 97-degree angle. Must be too far away. It's about there. So what's 14? Take away 8, 6. Then 8. That's better. 90-degree angle. There's the on-ramp. Okay, so 2 off-ramps, 2 on-ramps. All the underground sections, so that's all good. We just need to do the actual, like those slip road sections that we sorted out on the other ones. So let's extend a hex back. I want to make the, what are those things called? Support into the right place before or while I convert them, I guess. So that should be further forward. Out there from the looks of it. Then this should be 4-lane. And that should be 4-lane. This side. It's the junction. 1 hex later is here. So we want 3-lane in line with this one. So yeah, it's the closest it'll go. And then 4-lane from there to there. And up to the junction. And on this side. Good. Let's do all of our node controller alignment to line up with there. So on all the way down. Good. This side. That one to line up with there, yeah. Same effect, so do that all the way down. Yep, that's fine, it's in the right place. Do the node controlling up here and then see if we can copy paste the painting. It's in a line, and this side the last one. Okay, so yeah, intersection marking. This is, there's 2 junctions like this before that one. Yep. And this one. Good. Then I guess there should be 2 junctions like this one. These are coming off, so here, but rotated, yeah. And here. Good. This one is where we rejoin, so there. Then where we rejoin but rotated, like that. And the last one is the junction after where we rejoin, so here Though I have just seen how close these are. Didn't think about that when I was spacing them out. Junction isn't just 5 hexes across, because we added an extra hex of 4-lane highway. So there's only 1 hex between where this 4 lanes turns into those 4 lanes, and I can't see the point of turning it from 4 to 3 to 4 over that kind of distance. So I think we should just turn that into 4 as well. Do we still want to then node align it over, so then that will conform like all the way down from where it turned from 3 to 4. It's a 3-lane highway. There's an extra lane to come off there. There's an extra lane to come on here. But then it comes off again anyway. So yeah, it's just like this distance is... But yeah, that's fine. Line markings, yes. Oh, because that's where that was. Yeah, yeah, we want to do new ones because it's different now. Solid. But if it's going... If it's a 4-lane highway to a 4-lane highway, it shouldn't be changing like that. Let's try just reconstructing 4-lane a little further. Yeah, it should join solid like that. Just need to do the node alignment. That's the first one out of balance, I think. That should line up with that. There we go. So yeah, let's redo the other side as well then. It's a funny looking junction. Let's just rebuild that rather than end up fiddling with it later. Okay, so that line with there. Yep, and so on. Good. That just makes more sense to me. Otherwise, the other way we looked at doing things would be different, I suppose. And I don't rightly know. I've seen quite a few, when I say real world American junctions, what I mean is American Truck Simulator junctions. Like this. So where there's an on-ramp and an off-ramp quite close together. This is quite close together. Their merge lanes just continue like that. So I'm happy with that. I am. And that's fine. So that at the edge of the city turns into a 4-lane highway and stays that way the whole way through, I guess. That's fine. So that is... my eyes are going funny, but the western junction to come off the highway finished, lined up, painted, all good. Yep. Arrows, that's what I was just thinking. Arrows, they're fine. they're no different. It's just those arrows that are in the middle and they've got erased because, yeah, perfect. Good. So we can come over to the eastern junctions. We want 3 empty hexes and then, so 1, 2, 3 empty and then it's 5. So that's the central one, which means that bit's going underground. Which means, have I got that right? No, I've got that wrong. That bit's going underground. Need to rebuild. Did take this away so I can rebuild. The hexagon. Okay, I'm just going mildly crazy at the moment, not too crazy. We've got 2 of our highway junctions finished. You can come off the highway into the hexes here or here. We've just got the 3rd one to do, and then it'll be into the hexagons instead of the highway. The highway will be finished and ready. Go full hexagon. Yeah, very beehivey. Yeah, definitely. Not sure about. Yeah, the Queen, dead centre, I guess, in that hex right there. Don't know. Can we build a, is it one of the monuments? Is there like a Buckingham Palace type place? There's a Hadron Collider, Medical Centre, Eden Project, Space Elevator, or Fusion Power Plant. None of those sound like places that a queen would live. We, Theatre of Wonders? No. Art Museum. Doesn't look like it. Anywhere for a queen to live. In the Oppression Office? Maybe there. It's weird that they don't have like a castle of some kind. A circus. The Statue of Wealth. Yeah, pedestrian area landmarks. Market. A zoo. Doesn't look like there's anywhere very suitable for a queen to live. That's a shame. Could have put one in the middle there. Never mind, I guess. This needs to go underground from here. That. Good. And then that needs to go underground there. Looks good. That's the underground on that side. And yeah, measure from here. Underground there. So those are the underground bits. No, I've missed one. They look right there. They look right there, so I'm just missing one there. The that's not being joined properly. I knew we'd find some like that. There, that's sorted out then. Then just rejoin the highways. No, they need to be, don't need to be, but want to be 4-lane from, so they're above one hex above what's underground. So from the edge of the corner, I guess. That's not ideal. Not ideal. Might do 4-lane around the corner and then bring it back in after. See. Let's place it in for now and then deal with it after. That needs it's kind of a bit, I'm not completely happy about using the node controller to shift it all over from here all the way up to here. It's a shame the like natural position of the 4-lane doesn't line up good with the natural position of the 3-lane. 3-lane that runs between the junctions. Didn't think of that. Which is along here. Let's try this again. Do it in 3-lane as the default and then bring the 4-lane after I put the junctions in and know where everything belongs. Be too clever, I trip over myself. Try and line the supports up as we go, though. Which looks impossible. Yeah, it is impossible. Deal with that later as well, then. Oh, I see. It's not keeping the supports where I'm clicking. It's adjusting them, I guess, according to the nodes. That will be why it's not just working the way I want to. Fine then. We'll have to come back and fiddle with it later no matter what. There we go, that's rejoined. Let's do the highway ramp sections. This is an off-ramp. Making this an on-ramp. Off-ramp here. Here. There, I reckon, so 4 forward, 8 units. Yep, that's good. There and join there. So 7 forward. Perfect. That's the off ramp, good. Do the other side. Slot 7 and then, yep, it's a 90-degree corner, so that's good. I think. Can tell across, can't I? That should line up with that. It says it doesn't. That's in the right place. About there, I don't. Doesn't seem right either way. So I think that is right. It looks fine either way, it's no big deal. Last one over here. Go, so that's all the roads in and the underground, so we need 4-lane highway after the junction, so there, all the way between there. It's 4-lane down there, just needs the node shifting. Then here as well. Oops, not down there. It's just whether we want to keep it 4 lanes all the way around the corner and rejoin after. Not really. That's a bit shorter than I would like, but we'll bring them back down to 3 lanes before the corner in both sides. That is in the same spot because of the corner, so that's fine. So node controller, let's Carry on from here. To one to the inner one. Should also leave them. Yeah, they were lined up, good. And then outside to the in there until this point where it turns into 3. Other side as well. Down here where the other 4-lane section is. They're all aligned, so these bits shouldn't have arrows on, so rebuild them. Hopefully they won't have arrows on when rebuilt. They don't, although that bit's done the funny thing again, so let's also redo that. Okay, no weird clipping, no unnecessary lane arrows, so let's redo the nodes again. Good, and then on the other carriageway too. Good. That's all, yeah, all the nodes are now aligned properly. We need to paint in, copy the ones we've already done for some of these, so there's no 4 to 3. I'll do those manually because they're probably different the other end, possibly different. So this is coming off, we'll copy junction to come off. There's one of them there. One of them there. And then we need a junction to come on. Copy that. That one and this one. Go, and then yeah, we'll paint these solid. Change those arrows. They can go into that lane and they cannot go straight because there's no lane there. Lanes everywhere else should be fine. I think we did do lane connection at the joining ones just to be specific about what we wanted. We'll do that on all of them. There. Okay. Good. A highway with junctions that let you come off and into the beeswax. Good. So we just need to decide kind of like how big the hex grid should be, how big the whole city should be. What is it sideways? So it's 5, 10, 15, 21, 22, 23 hexes across. Go square with it, make it 23 hexes tall. We could go hexagonal with it. Somehow. I'm sure it's possible. Not sure how to do the math on that. Don't know the math on that. It's 23 across. How many can we fit? Currently got 4. So we definitely want more than that. What if that distance is 28. That is 14. So each side is half of the across. If it's 23 hexes across, it's 11 per side. So if we did 11 tall and then started tapering in, maybe. It's only 4 at the moment. 11 sounds like a lot. But let's have a look. I guess. So we want that much? No, more than that. That much. Two, 3, 4, 5. I guess 6 down and 5 up, maybe. One, 2. 4, 5. Six, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's 11. Not sure how to measure in the other degree. We want to take no. That, I guess, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That won't be hexagonal. Because the next one is for center. Will be hexagonal, of course. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The next one's the center. That one goes there, and then these ones come down this side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Put the last one in the wrong spot, never mind. to there, and then fill in the gap, yeah. Okay. We'll have a hexagon of hexagons then. Next city that we make after Hexagon City, we can make something a bit more serious. Well, I do think traffic is going to be pretty good in a Hexagon City. Guess we'll find out in a bit of time, but can we grab the whole thing? Except, don't want this one. Think. Copy it. Made it twice? No. Ah, that's the one I don't want. Okay. Can you... No, I don't think there's a button to... Mirror? No, okay, that's... something else, I guess. Yeah, okay. In which case... I do want this one. Don't want this one. Doesn't work like that. Okay. That. Just want to add that bit of road. Copy it. Rotate it. Plug it onto there. Perfect. No, not perfect at all. That didn't snap properly. Can I... No. Select all that. Can't delete. There's no just delete all of this button. No, okay. Oops. Let's save my ears. Drop it down to even quieter. try that again. We want this one. Not the last one on this side. What's wrong there? That road there we don't want. Let's try. I can't zoom into that end. That looks right there. That is right. That snapped better. Good. There we go. There's a lot to fill in there, but okay. Gonna get to it. The way round. There we go. Okay, there's the no, 2 more up there to do to finish the outside off. Have it. They're not joined right. Nor there. Okay. There's something wrong with what we copied, I guess. It's on the bottom edge are not joined right. They're okay. This side are okay. Interesting. Thought this is where we copied from. They're all okay. It's fine. So the ones we copied and flipped are also bad. Okay, so that's good there, but not there. Then this side should be fine based on the mirror. Yeah, okay. Let's fill them in then. And up here. It's better. Good. Right, that's the outside done then. Good. So filling in. So there should be some easy way of just grabbing like that much and being able to fit it everywhere, but it doesn't seem like it. Well, that's not bad. Come through and redo a lot of the junctions though. Still, it's getting everything into place right. Could we copy more? Let's try. Let's fix these first and then. touching, so that makes it clear that there's no bad junctions in place. Should be no bad junctions in place. Ah, that was a mistake. Interesting. Too difficult to fix if you've got the horizontal with the right snapping angle and stuff like that. Okay, that's all of that. So I want to copy like this much, this kind of thing. To there maybe. Ah, I got the wrong stage of it. We want to not have that. And yeah, we want the next, like the next row over, so there. So that'll go there. Interesting. No, that's what I'm thinking, yeah, there and there. Then, yeah, we've lost the angle changes at the top, and we want something different. Let's join all these up. Well, it's going well, getting progress. South to filling off this as well, mustn't forget that. Lots of hexagons. Okay. Them joined in. So I want this, like the next one over instead. Like there. I think. Yeah. That's what I had in mind. It's too long now, it's going to cause trouble at the bottom there. So let's remove a few roads from the selection. Move those roads and these ends. Close. Remove that lot as well. There we go. We Just need to replace the top ones where we snapped it. None of the others are touching, so should be okay. Bits missing there, okay. Sort those out in a minute. Do all the easy bits first. Okay. Ah. Got doubled up there at some point. I mean, impossible to like hunt out and find the roads that haven't been built in properly because everything looks the same. Be easiest to just build that across. Kind of do it half of a hex at a time. Take out the middle of the hex, but not the top of them. There we go. Do the same on this level, I guess. Missing more up here. Fine, one road at a time, I'm getting there. I'll be seeing hexagons in my sleep tonight, that's for sure. Interesting how it's naming the streets. Murray Street does half of a hexagon. Wally Street does half. Tyler Street is just that little bit there. Not sure the automated naming system is understanding hexagons. Don't particularly want to go around and manually name the streets either. Would not want to be a delivery driver in this city. That's not giving me the other internal angle. 120 away from 180 is 60, so that's what we're looking for. Is that it? Looks like it for the north. Good. But the hexagon for the city is not the same shape as the internal hexagons, if you see what I mean. The internal ones have got flat tops and pointy sides. Should we have done that with the city? I don't think we can we? I don't think we can get a flat top because of the offset of the hexagon. It'd be flat-ish, but... And then the ends could be pointier. No, I don't think they could. I think this is the only way to do it. No hexagon expert, but might be by the end of this. Let's fill in the south next is, I guess, the plan. This is a big city. It's going to be interesting. Kind of liked how we were building it at the end then. Can we just run these lines all the way across on every level and then fill in the diagonals and take out the ones we don't want later? That speeds things up. Copy pasting's better for more complicated or bigger things, in my opinion. The copy pasting the smaller stuff like this just leaves us having to delete and replace a lot of the road caps. I'm not sure it's really making it faster or easier. Okay. This is working well for me, this method. Still a long way to go. 7 more rows, 8 more rows, something like that. We're very disappointed if we build out this enormous hexagon city and it turns out hexagons are a disaster for traffic. It's still a possibility that it just doesn't work. Starting to feel like the copy paste might have been quicker than this, even with having to remake them. It might just be because this is a bit more repetitive. It's interesting. So it's named the street that we built across for the distancing, Leighton Blackwell Street here, and then as I remove them it doesn't rename the individual sections, so it's Leighton Blackwell is every one of the horizontals across here. It might actually be a pretty good naming convention for it. How else you'd easily label up each of these streets to tell them apart. Four more rows. Almost there. That was not the right angle. Try that one again. Yeah, 60 degrees, that's what we're looking for each time. Going to the top of it. Wrong way again. There to there. There. Let's clear out these unneeded internal ones. There it is. If I've got them all right, they look okay. Oh yeah, my eyes are. I've been staring at hexagons for too long, probably. One big hexagon of hexagons. Let's drop a specific save at this point. So hex grid. Just in case, come what may. I want to take a different approach later. We've got a blank, empty hex grid to work with. Right. Junctions are good. Roads are good. So now we need to actually plan out a city. Buildings and zoning and stuff like that. So we're focusing on offices and tourism. Going to need a lot of education. The offices require high education to be staffed. I mean, we need like a temporary industrial area to keep people gainfully employed while they get educated. I guess. We should start in the middle, I suppose. Why don't we just zone something in and see how things go? So, yes, hexes are not finished. Because where we're building, I want to use a plaza or a pedestrianised road. There's a lot of space in the middle of the hexagon that's not zonable, so if we put a pedestrianised road down it, we gain more zonable area. Not necessarily down all of them, but at least to start with, I'd like to. So I did buy that DLC. We might as well use it. Don't think we want large. That's going to be too wide. Yeah, I think. Looks lovely though. So let's say smaller end. So sandstone, bluestone, cobblestone. Don't like cobblestone. Let's go with sandstone. It's quite striking. You can see it. A pedestrian street with grass, with trees in the middle, with trees on the outside, or with a bus lane. That's an interesting thought. We could have bus lanes down the middle of the hexes to keep the buses away from the other traffic. I think that will be unnecessary because I think the buses are going to flow fine on their own. It's a shame there isn't like a pedestrian and cycling combined one. Pedestrians, emergency service vehicles and hearses can use the street. Okay. Probably my first choice would be this one, if we're not doing bus lanes. Trees down the middle. I like that. Let's start with that, and then if we have a traffic problem that can be solved by putting buses in later, then we will perhaps change these over to be bus lanes. Or bus and pedestrian lanes, because there's also the option of making them bus lanes, but no, I think we'll start with this sandstone, small sandstone pedestrian street with trees. Okay. It's interesting that it hasn't zoned, given us the zone cubes in the same configuration, so we can fit a 4x4 building at the top there, but not at the bottom here. It's interesting. Let's zone in some high density residential here in our first hex. We want 4x4 buildings, I think, are like preferable. So if we do that, fit a 2x4 in the middle there. Oh, let's not unpause yet. We need to think about a few other things, don't we? Water, power, that kind of stuff. Fit a 3x3 there. I think what I'd like to do is fill it in and unzone any odd shapes. So these little single ones on the corner we won't zone. Those twos we won't, but the threes we will. So we'll leave it like that. No. Don't want it to build, for example, a 3x3 there, leaving this back one unused. So either we encourage 3-size buildings, which is an option. Could do that. Be nice if it was 3 here as well. Don't think there's any way of getting it to rearrange them differently. I wonder if that's a mod I might be able to find. We can get it to prioritise giving the zoning to the central road and not the outside roads. Don't know of one, but okay. I think I want to, prioritise the 4 size first. So we'll zone that lot in. Let those buildings build and then see what comes next. So that, and likewise on any of these outside spaces. Let it build any 4 size stuff first and then we'll fill in the gaps after. So that's a bit of residential. We need water. If we build under the roads, does cover, that wasn't quite right. It leaves a tiny little patch right in the middle of the hex that isn't covered. But that's under a road or an empty space, so I don't think that matters. If we build down the middle of the hexes, it will cover everything. That would be much easier to put into place. So I suggest we do that. just going to run... I'll run all the pipes in now. I'm not going to worry about growing things at a realistic pace or whatever. I don't really mind. So we'll just throw everything in now. That's not the middle, is it? Is that the middle? That's the middle. Fine. Yeah, that'll help. There are bits on the edge there that are not covered. Interesting. I think we should do something about that. Following the pattern would mean something else. How can we, from here, that should be 7 units out, then yeah, down at a 90 degree. To here-ish. That's that. There we go. Just take those measuring ones out, and that's fine. It's got those nodes there. So we're just moving them along, not removing them. Ah, there we go. Perfect. No more nodes. Okay, let's keep the pattern going. Glad I've got the the mod that makes electricity carry through roads. I'm hoping that means we won't need to build pylons out to anything we develop. Not really sure how we'd fit that in among the hex grid. So I mustn't forget after I put all the pipes into place that we actually need to get some water pumping into the pipes. At the moment my mind was just full of getting the pipes in, so that's half the job. Hello there, Milkshake. Thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate that very much. Hope you're having a good day. What is this hexagonal city? It is a giant hexagonal city. I built my last city with lots of square grids. Lots of just, you know, like traditional city grid on a square. And it was fine. I had fun arranging things, looking at the traffic problems with that, but it's common advice if you've got traffic problems to use a roundabout system, because roundabouts help alleviate traffic. But I don't like circles, so this is my compromise between circles and squares. I decided to go with hexagons to see how they go. A flat map. Yes, this is a map off the workshop, like a mod map that is very easy mode, very easy. So huge amount of flat space and dead simple connections, lots of potential shorefront and like tons of everything. So it's like real easy mode map. And I'm playing on Sandbox mode, so infinite money. Everything unlocked from the start, so we don't really have a challenge of unlocking or developing things. Because I worked through that in the last city I did. I wanted to do something different this time. We just wanted to kind of build something and see hexagons in action. See if they work or if it's a complete disaster. Either is possible. There's a theory of hexagonal shapes used, capital in the centre, and yeah, development outwards. Only viable in extremely flat areas, complete lack of topography. Yeah, unless your river flows perfectly from hexagon to hexagon and avoids all. Yeah, or even, yeah, like you say, the topography, a little hill in the wrong place, and you can't put the buildings in a consistent manner. So it works okay, or should work okay, in this kind of map where we can use the huge empty space to do stuff. There was another map. I think it's one of the Plaza DLC maps that was like an island that just had a single road connection from the outside, and it kind of looked like it might have worked quite well. Like, you obviously wouldn't fit a hexagon of hexagons in that shape, but you could have fit a pattern of hexagons into it. That would have been quite different. I don't know, it would have been interesting as well, but I just, I felt like doing the easy mode, doing the pure sandbox, absolute flatness and freedom to do whatever we feel like kind of thing. Banks of the river would be more dense, yeah. It's interesting. There we go, almost at the edge. Do one more row of pipe so the edge of the city is still covered like we did on the other side. There we go. 7 units that way. Same up here. Do. Any special plans? Nothing in particular. Want to focus on like the things I didn't do in the last city. So want to see tourism in action, and office blocks. Didn't build any of them in the last one. Focused mostly on like industry, so I want to avoid industry and look at the other things. And yeah, just fill a huge city out and see how it behaves. Watch the traffic's the bit I find most fun. Yeah, like an administrative capital. Yeah, that's like an idea for it. Yeah, that's a good way of lens to look at it. But I don't think it's possible. I'm not sure if it's possible to like immediately place offices down, because you need to educate people first. Although we could just run at a deficit until they're educated, because we're not infinite money, so I don't know if we need to put industry in just to jumpstart it. Yeah, like in Sandbox, I guess we can just wait until they're educated, even though we're running a deficit, and it will be fine. Water. So let's bring one of these over to a waterfront. Probably not that one. That's where ferries come in, maybe. Might do them there, might do them here. Let's grab it from the river. How is the flow? So it flows very slowly down that way, in from that direction, and out this way. So if we grab our water from here and output it. It's quite a slow flow there, so I think we need to put it quite far away just in case. Put it all the way over there. Let's bring the central one out. That'll do. Yeah, if we build the offices, we might get immigrant educated people. Okay, it's interesting. Like they'll just arrive already educated rather than needing to wait. But I think we need to have a university in the city anyway to maintain a solid supply of educated people. Okay, that's so water and sewerage, and we can expand that as we need to. Electrical supply. No, I don't think we can dam any of these rivers. They're way too shallow. Yeah, I wouldn't dam any of them. So, nuclear plant, I guess. Yeah, without the like you say, the topography. The only hills are all the way at the back here, and they're not in the building map. I mean, we can landscape and create a good reservoir and dam, but I don't think it's worth it. Water wheels, yeah, that'd be good. That'd be cool, yeah. So nuclear power plant output 640 at a cost of almost 2,000 water. And you just have to deal with noise pollution. It's 1, 2, 3, 4 maximum powered solar plants. The solar plants are cheaper on cash, cheaper on water, and less noisy. The upfront construction is more on the solar, but it's still... I know they don't always work at full power, but even if you needed like 5, so minimum power they're 112, so 5, 6 in order to get the same, maybe. That's 6,000, that's 7,200, so solar is still cheaper than nuclear as you go. Windmills could be an option, yeah. Yeah, I mean, offshore there's a whole bunch, 20 megawatt advanced ones. Big patch up there. And onshore, not amazing. But a whole bunch down by the shoreline, yeah. Dinner time for milkshake, no problem, mate. Have a good dinner. And rest of the day, yeah, see you in a bit. If you can come back, it'd be great. Thank you very much for stopping by and for following, appreciate it. I'll keep things simple. Use solar farms. But we'll need to, because they need to like attach to a road, so we need a road somewhere for them to attach to, which we haven't really planned in. Don't necessarily want to just stick them on the edge of town. Can, but there is noise pollution from them. Kind of nice to build like a solar farm out of town. I mean, if we were doing nuclear, I'd put that out of town as well, so let's do that. It means there's more development before we're unpausing, but we've got this whole like space up here that I don't think we'll necessarily put anything there. Need to think about the other services. If I'm going to develop more, we need to put electricity in, but also incinerators. Which would go best like on the edge of town. They could go in the mid. They can go in the middle of town, like in a hex on their own. Even affects the hexes next to it though, so we could, you know, we could clear a 7-cell block to put the incinerators in here and there. I think we should. Just because if they're coming from out of town and they've got to send a vehicle to the southernmost hex, they're going to struggle. So yeah, I think the range coverage is pretty good on them. We'll probably have maybe 4. Northeast, southeast, northwest, southwest. Where we have like the 7 cells are left empty, so the middle one can be full of incinerators. In which case, for example, let's go with the southwest one. If we put a bunch of incinerators in the middle here, we're careful of buildings like there, for example, are going to be affected by it. But we could then put our electricity generation around it. Their like noise pollution effect doesn't go beyond the cell they're in. So that saves us from developing anything further out of town. We can do that. I'm happy to do that layout. Toriums don't have a negative area of effect, so they can go wherever. Other services too are some services that are going to be difficult to lay out in the city because of how big they are. So it's the high capacity hospital doesn't really fit on the roads. Would fit on a central one if we do a cut through. That's an option. These are new, part of the DLCs I bought, I guess. High capacity fire station. Never really had an issue with capacity at the services, more with coverage distance. Prison, that's interesting. We might want to put the prison out of town. Yeah, elementary school, a high capacity elementary school, okay. High capacity university that's got a smaller footprint than the low capacity university. Sounds like pay to win. It came in a DLC. Yeah, and then bus stations and the like, we might have a little or we will need a little area outside of the city for a ferry station or a whatever it's called, a harbour. Sure, what else? But we'll want a harbour for tourists to arrive in. Blimps, okay. We could get around Hexagon City in blimps, that's an option. Monorail is probably not an option, I would guess. Yeah, and parks I'm not sure about. So, okay, so service-wise, the only ones of real concern are the incineration and the electricity because of the negative impact that they give around them. But I like the idea of we'll fit incineration plants around a hexagon. Can you fit... build 2. It would fit like that. Not very well. They don't snap on the road very well in a hexagon, I guess. You're not going to fit 2 on every side, so if you fit 2 there, you can fit 1 there. Then more. Hi, Alizora. Nice to see you. Hope you're well and have had a good Christmas times. What if you put them on the outmost corner? Like out here? Yeah. Because probably not going to need 6 whole hexagons full of electricity generation. I think that's a good shout, yeah. You're well, good, glad to hear it. So in that case, really just don't line up well. You can fit 2 on the road, but they don't seem to snap. That's not bad. There you go. There's 2 like that, and then the one that fits in between them. Yeah, not too bad. Still coughing the whole time has really spoiled the season a bit, but you know, it's what it is. Just have to wait until I've fought it off. Our original Christmas plans were cancelled because someone got COVID, which is, you know, it's still happening. There you go, can't do anything about it. So we just had a quiet one, real quiet one this year, which is nice actually. Definitely not complaining about having a nice relaxing time. Lucked a bit while we were factoring. Oh, good, nice. Good. So that's pretty good. You can fit 6 like that. We can fit more. They're just not like particularly symmetrical, so I'd kind of rather leave them like that. That gives us good like capacity. I mean, this whole city would then have 6 to 24 incineration plants. Might not be enough, but might be. The coverage distance is pretty good. Just like the absolute central row that's not quite covered. Happened to you last year. Yeah, other people got sick, so you just had to stay home. Yeah, it's a bit of a shame, you know. Looking forward to the plans and then they fall through, but doesn't mean that the alternative was bad or anything. It was all right. We had a good time. We move them one further in, they'll reach the centre better. And the I remember from our last city that the green lines on the ground don't actually mean where the vehicles are going to go. They'll go everywhere. But it does affect how happy people are based on the number of services that cover them. So it could be that the like absolute central row of the city, we just don't have as much development there. If people aren't happy about the incineration coverage they've got. So I'm kind of happy with that being in the corner like that. I think that's good. Oh yeah, absolutely. Better to realise, yeah, before you turn up, rather than walking through their door and then saying, "Oh, by the way, I'm really sick." So, yeah. Hello there, Mantequilla Buena. Nice to see you. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I think that's how it works. Like, I'm not an expert in the game, but that's kind of what I observed, is the trucks themselves were going, like, all over the place, well beyond the green reach. But people, or like, I guess it was mostly businesses that weren't within the green coverage of things, were complaining about not having enough services. So I think it's... if I only have them in this corner, houses up in this edge of the hexagon are still going to get their rubbish collected, just slower, obviously slower because of the distance they've got to travel, and they also won't be getting the bonus for proximity to services. But yeah, I think the distance of that is good. Just this one central line down the middle that we may develop differently on account of its coverage. So that being the case, well, I've got the green cities which has recycling centres. Oh, that's interesting. I looked at it and decided not to get the green cities DLC, so there must have been not enough in it to interest me, I guess. Although I didn't really know what I was getting. The descriptions aren't amazing. I've only just seen we've got high capacity service providers. Didn't know I was buying them, so there we go. Okay, so if that's there, then we don't want to put anything in the next row round because they will complain about the noise. So I want to put some solar farms in these hexes, like that. They have eco outlets for the water. So better than the... because this one is, what, 85% purity, so they have like a building that does more, I guess. Makes even less waste, which would be nice. I like building eco cities. It's just like, was it worth £6 or whatever for what they were offering? I guess I decided not. Oh, that one is 100%. Oh, okay, well that's cool. That'd be pretty cool because then you can collect water from downstream of it still without having to worry about polluting people. Yeah, can't get everything. Yeah, absolutely can't get it. I just got 3 in the end. I got After Dark and Mass Transport. Mass Transit. Because they looked like the ones I would enjoy most, with like traffic and stuff. And then, as I was playing around with my ideas for what I wanted to build, I got the Plaza one as well, because I thought that adding them in to the hexes like this was going to be really cool. We ended up with 3 DLCs in the end, which it's fun. I'm having fun with the game. I should be happy to spend on expanding it. These are going to look really quite weird being on... well, on the edge of the city, I guess it makes more sense. If they're surrounded by buildings, it would be a bit weird having solar farms. Still, I'm happy with that. Favourites are Green Cities, Mass Transit, and yeah, the new Promenades one. Yeah, they were like top of my list. Well, I bought 2 of them in the end, so yeah. Just the Green Cities that I didn't. So what should happen when we unpause electricity should flow through the roads using that mod. But I'm not entirely sure how it works, so we'll see whether it does or doesn't. Yeah, eco-friendly, yeah. Public transport, eco buildings, yeah. Pedestrian areas. Okay. We also need to look at how we're going to provide healthcare facilities, fire, police coverage, education, and parks. Guess it would be good to put services down the central line because they're not going to have the garbage coverage as good as elsewhere. So if we undo this for now, hi there, Yunmuni. Nice to see you. Welcome in. Not seen a honeycomb before. I'm not even sure where the idea came from, but I wanted to do hexagons. And then I guess it just came to me as we were laying everything out that, well, why don't we make one giant hexagon of hexagons? We'll see. It's my idea of a compromise between roundabouts and square grids. And it may either work or be worse than either. So I guess we'll find out when it's all built in. Intrigued. Yeah, me too. I'm interesting to see how it's going to work, if it's going to work. Okay, so healthcare coverage. Best building we've got is high capacity hospital. Is that necessarily better than the low or multiple low capacity ones? So 1300 water, 2000 electricity versus 640, 1440. Okay. Upkeep of 2400 to 4000, so cheaper than 2. Capacity's not quite double. What about... it can't actually attach to those roads, so we would need... We can use a pedestrian road because emergency vehicles are allowed on pedestrian streets. Seems a bit weird, but... or we can use a regular road and forbid all other traffic. Let me do that. Sure. How the assets versus the layout work together. Service area. Yeah. Like, I know what you mean. So, if you've got your hospital, for example, if you had the hexagons should take the green line further than a square grid would, because they're at an angle, so it should get further out, I guess. I don't know. I really don't know. A straight line would be the best. So would would one where you've got... I'm going to struggle to explain this, so I'm going to need to make a little example of what I'm trying to say. If you had a bunch of circles, not going to draw them exactly, I'm just trying to illustrate what I mean. And then lines that radiated outwards. And if you continued like that, then your service building would go down your radiating outward lines and then around the curves. So I feel like that would give you like the absolute best distance for coverage, but circles are really bad for building on because you need like a straight street frontage to attach your structure to. So that's like vaguely the idea of the hexagon. It's got straight streets to build buildings against, but the advantages of what a circle should bring, like what a roundabout would contribute, maybe. I am not a professional city designer, so I don't know, but I'm interested. Yes, I think it's weird to have the hospital onto a pedestrian road, so I want one with bike lanes. Trees, bike lanes, that would be nice. We don't necessarily want it to be central, so let's come a couple hexes down, build the middle in, then before I forget, let's forbid we'll let garbage trucks come through. Let's forbid everyone other than emergency vehicles. No, let's forbid garbage trucks as well. Just emergency vehicles on that central road. I think 3 better than 4-way. Yeah, that makes sense to me. Like 3 roads join here instead of 4 that you'd get in a square grid. Absolutely. How did I decide on the size? I was just fiddling around because you need to get 120 degrees. So if I again come over here, if you've got your like grid that you're building against and the snap points to build on, if you try and create a road at a 120 degree angle, it was snapping onto the grid to prevent it. Not sure how to explain that. In this case, because of where the roads are, we're looking for a 60 degree angle there. 60 plus 120 making 180. So when you try and move around, you snap to different points on the grid that prevent you from getting exactly the angle you wanted. So it was only that when I was fiddling around with it, a 14 unit road got 120 degree angles easier on the typical grid. I don't know. There's probably like lots of different options, but as I was fiddling around trying to make hexagons, 14 units worked easily compared to other ones, so that's the length we went with. Okay, high capacity hospital doesn't fit. Okay. So that road can't be central. It needs to be off centre, I guess, which is not good. Not good at all. What if we try splitting the hex the other way? There we go. It's not my preference, but okay. We place a high capacity one there. We get coverage 1, 2, 3 hexes from the bottom is where it stops. So 3 hexes from the bottom, and if we put in regular hospital, 4 hexes from the bottom. So the service distance of the high capacity hospital is also bigger by an unknown amount, but it is bigger, which makes it that just makes it preferable in my view. It means more service coverage for everyone that cares about that kind of thing. It's a bit annoying that we have to put the road that way round, because then we're creating a 4-way junction. Then again, if the road is only for emergency vehicles, that's not so much of an issue, I imagine. As long as there's no traffic lights needlessly giving them priority when they don't deserve it. Yeah. Can you fit the little one without any road? Yes, you can. It fits on an edge of the hexagon, a typical edge. Which, yeah, is kind of my preference, isn't it? To fit it within the typical hexagon. So we'd want one like there that covers 3 above it. So another one there, which covers to the highway, which is great. So if we do that, then they cover 1, 2, 3.5 to the left. So we put another one there. That covers to the edge of the city, and they kind of space out really nicely if we use the normal one instead of the high capacity one. And our last city had no trouble with like the actual capacity of the hospitals themselves. It is the coverage that I care more about. But okay, so that being the case, that was there and then there. So we'll put the first one there. Just come down and make sure it's central. There we go. Yeah, hospital will live there. Won't be as disruptive to the grid. Yes, exactly, yeah. Won't add extra junctions that we generally want to avoid. We will be adding like pedestrianised roads for sure, possibly bus routes that cut through, but do want to minimise junctions in general. Okay, so that's a hospital to cover our first area. A fire station will be the next thing. So again, that's the high capacity one, which provides from there. It doesn't reach the last from there. It's the same kind of deal. The high capacity's got like 1 extra hexagon of coverage. And the coverage of the standard one, so if we're in that same hex, it's 4 from the bottom. Which is, so it's roughly the same coverage as the healthcare provider is. So in general, if we place them in the same hex, we'll be happy. Put a standard fire station there and a standard police station there. Yeah. And we'll do the same in every block where we're putting services in. We do need a prison. I did read up on what that does. Maybe we put them over with the incineration, like on the edge of town. Like that, so that their noise doesn't upset anyone. I think that's a good shout, good idea. So it's police, fire, health, waste, water and electricity are all built. So education will be the next concern. Coverage size of a typical elementary school is only like 1 hexagon. So we would need a lot of those to cover anywhere. That's not good. A high capacity one goes much further, like 3 hexagons. So that seems a lot better in general. High school is covering about 2. High capacity about 2.5, 3. University Standard university doesn't fit in the hex, but the high capacity one does. I mean, that's huge coverage. From there, it's almost the whole span. Yeah, like that needs to go there. And then we'll need more on the edges, but that covers like from the bottom hex to the highway in the middle, so that's excellent coverage. The other schools I'm just not really sure about. We're going to need like... So if there's one in the centre, the next one needs to go here. And that doesn't cover the whole city, so if the outside hexagons are not residential, then that would be best. We'll have a row of education here and a row here, with the high capacity ones. And then north-south wise, we need one there. Which means we need one there. So this should have education in it. Let's do... It's an odd number of blocks, so we can't centralise it. Put it as close as we can. And then a high capacity elementary school. What I found in the last city is you needing a lot of elementary schools. So one might not even be enough. In which case we might need to relook at how we do it. We can split a hex and then fill the middle with elementary schools or whatever, depending on capacity against demand. But that's fine. That's like for kickstarting Hexagon City, we've got one of everything built in the area we're going to develop first, this southwest corner. So we've got no public transport built yet. I think we will concern ourselves with that later. Can you change how far? Yeah, you can, with all the services, you can increase the budget to increase the spread. I think. You can increase the budget, and I think that affects the spread on all of them. Maybe just the capacity. So you come to the budget, and if we say for healthcare, it allows them to, more vehicles. So not necessarily the green line coverage, just more vehicles within that coverage. Education increases the number of students. Parks is amount of happiness. Unix is amount of attractiveness. Interesting. With the public transport, it's the number of vehicles. You remember clicking on the school itself. Interesting. Could have been a mod, yep, yeah, but let's have a look. High capacity elementary school. Traffic routes, focus, closing, move it, or open that screen we were just on, but from that button. So if it looked different, then it might have been a mod, yeah. Parks and plazas we need to deal with. So what have we got? I'm guessing these are new ones from the DLC that I got. Lots of little things, okay. We can put a food truck somewhere. Okay. Oh, it could have been a policy. Yep, absolutely could have been a policy, yeah. Haven't looked at that yet. For these then, like... These are big... Ooh, I see it. It goes over the road. Interesting. And it creates like a kind of blank canvas to put the other things onto. It's cool. I like that. So we can build like a pedestrian road and then cover it in glass roofs and ice cream stands. Interesting. Pedestrian areas. Ah, okay. Could have been, yeah, one of the DLC's adds a different, like, yeah, school bus or something. Yeah, that makes sense. That'd be kind of cool, actually, school buses. Pedestrian area service point. So all of the buildings in the pedestrian area combine their garbage into that building because garbage trucks can't go into a pedestrian area. That makes sense. Not sure how it would work for... So the general idea is get a pedestrian road and put it down the middle here. So it doesn't create a junction where vehicles have to give way to one another. It just means they have to stop to let people cross. Which might avoid that by... let me finish that thought before I go back to the original thought. You could go underground? No. Okay, can't go underground with a pedestrian street. Can go up. So if we go up, it's the shortest distance you can go up over. Not 3 units. It's, yeah. We can, yeah, do it backwards. So if we want to be up, shortest distance is 6 units. Okay. That's just a thought I had. We can come back to. You paint a district for the pedestrianised zone. Okay. Okay, that might make this idea not work then. So say you've got this and you zone in housing on the inside that comes off this pedestrianised street. We would need to put a pedestrian district here, yeah. Which is just like, it's that. Hello Milkshake, welcome back. Hope you had a nice dinner. So that, we don't want to paint it over the road because that will stop people from using the hexagons to get around, right? Spaghetti, nice. But then if we need to put one of these service areas, or like there, I guess? Does it need to be inside the zone or can it be next to it? Probably inside it, right? So like that. These other options, so small and large pedestrian, cargo point distributes cargoes. Sure, if you've got like a pedestrianised commercial zone, you'd need one of them. And that's... So you can do just goods, just garbage, or a combined point for both. Cool. And then these are just the streets that we also get from the other menu. Yeah, fine. Maybe we can make a few hexagons. Yes, like 3 next to each other, and then the road in the middle is also pedestrianised. I don't know, basically. I think we just have to kind of give it a go and see. See, this isn't... It's not like terrible. You can still build quite a few buildings in there, but 256 credits, coins per week is kind of expensive, and 1,000 kilowatts of electricity is a lot for just one hexagon of houses. Don't know. And yeah, the other option would be you use a bridge to go up and over. You can't. So if we make another pedestrian area, so we make a pedestrian area here and here, but we need to keep that road clear underneath. Then I assume we need 2 of those points, like one here and one here, which you know, one for Elm Park, one for Daffodil Boulevard, which is expensive, I guess, inefficient, kind of ugly. Yeah. So you can put the other street in and have a pedestrian area that covers both. Just need to erase those bits, but then convert them. Yeah, you can use 1 point if you extend it, yeah. So if it's one big pedestrian area, not 2 separate ones. That can't live there because that road's... Ah. Or am I overthinking this? Can you drive in a pedestrian area? That's a stupid way of wording it. You can have a road go through it. Okay. So if we have... yeah, that's what I was on about. So, Cedar Street pedestrian area covers, like, all of this, for example. Cars can still drive on these roads. They can't drive on this road because it's a pedestrian street. They can on the others. They'll be slowed. Okay. Okay. Sets the speed at 25. On planning view, this looks like Spore. Yeah. I kind of see what you mean, Mondo. Yeah. Okay. So is there... Is there options? So like we've got policies. Can't set a policy for a pedestrian area. Do you paint a district? Okay. So a pedestrian area is within a district. You set the policy for the district. Is there anything about pedestrianisation? Yeah, Space Game with circles, yeah. And most of those Zachtronics games are circles. What was Opus Magnum? I think that was hexagons. And cycling on sidewalks. We might as well do that because we've got cycle paths. Encourage biking. Is it really that simple? It doesn't cost us anything. We just say we'd prefer if you used a bike. And most people will use a bike. Well, that'll definitely help with traffic. There's nothing there about pedestrianisation. We're not looking at taxation, so services. You're thinking, yeah, Opus Magnum, yeah. If it doesn't cost anything, why not? Yeah. Yeah. Unless you want cars, and then... So there's nothing in the district policy that affects the pedestrianisation. Industrial specialisation, commercial specialisation. Office specialisation. And residential specialisation. Okay. Can I go back to district? Yeah. Person thingy. Win in here? Or... I see what you mean. I see what you mean. If you've got that selected and go to policies, no. It brings up the policies for the district. Or like, this is policy for the entire city. And if you select a district, it goes to district policy. You can't select the pedestrian area with the policy open. If we make more pedestrian area, our options are only make or erase. So it doesn't look like there's an option to like change any of the settings or anything. But if something selected, it would be good if there was. Just want to see if there's like a setting about that driving speed. Like, can we tell them 30 or 20? Like, can we pick a speed? If we cover that and then check TMPE, what does that say? They're still at 40, which is the default for that type of road. What if you click service point? Good idea. Pedestrian area info. Policies. Unlocking. Okay. Service point required. There's one right there. Not operating. Let's just move him to wake him up. Unpause for a minute. Maybe it actually like needs a building there. Yeah. If they start building a house or something, we might. There's a building. There's a bunch of buildings and they've got people in them. Not yet. They've got people in them. So now... pedestrian info. There we go. Happiness, entertainment, land value. Can unlock focuses. Okay. And there's the service point info. Sure. Policies. There we go. And unlocking. Okay. Slow driving policy. Just turns everything to 20. So if we leave that off, they should continue going 40. Command street music. Deliver everything. All buildings in this area get cargo deliveries via server. No, so we don't want that. Yeah. Okay. That's good. That's what we want. So by default, they'll go at the normal speed. You have the option of slowing them down. Let's remove what I was playing with over here because that's not required. One thing that we could do is take our pedestrian area and paint the entire city with it. Like, why not? And then just put service points every now and then. But I think I would rather segment the city up maybe into like 7 hex spot. So we'll have a district that's like this big, and have a pedestrian zone that's like that big, and that'll have its own rules or settings or whatever, and then like a hex away here we'd do another one with its own service points or whatever. Don't know what we put in between, not sure. Offices maybe? As a thanks for your aid, can I name the service point? Lactose distribution. I can. Just remind me not to delete that later. We'll move it if we need to move it. Just don't let me delete it. Like it's cool and all, and I want pedestrianised zones like this. It's just like how to do them. And what to put in between them if they're not like all in one big joined hex thing. We could pedestrianise the entire city. That is viable, I think, with if you have enough cycling and stuff. Point of keeping the zone relatively small is it'll help the AI work out which distribution point to use, I guess. The idea, yeah, pedestrianise everything. With cycle paths, I'm not sure that is... There's no pedestrian and cycle street, unless cyclists count as pedestrians in the definition of this. And there's no road that is just cycle path on its own that I've seen. Cyclists are pedestrian. Okay. Okay. Good. It's only reason to have a road. Only reasons to have a road. Yeah, we saw that, didn't we? Ban bikes on... Yeah. So if we don't do that, then they can cycle on those roads. Perfect. So reasons to have a road are buses, garbage trucks, taxis. Modded. This is modded. Very modded. You mini. Thank you for the follow. Thank you very much for that. We appreciate that. Emergency vehicles are allowed on pedestrian, yes, and hearses are allowed on pedestrian. So garbage trucks is like the main thing. The mods I got are all quite like gameplay oriented, not cosmetic. So I've not got anything that makes things look different. That's all quite vanilla. A couple of DLCs, but things won't look very exciting. But we've got a few buttons you can see at the top of the screen here for various like road adjusting and traffic controlling mods, that kind of stuff. So yeah, this is very much not a vanilla run at all. And this is a sandbox as well, so we're not worrying about cache and stuff like that. Easy mode. So we could replace all of the hex roads with bus roads. Maybe. We could replace them with monorail roads. I don't think monorail will work well in a hexagon city, but it'll be interesting. If we... So we pedestrianise like a quarter. So we take it up to the road there. Down to the middle there-ish. Olive pedestrian area. Just need to have a little further than that, don't we? So there, for example. No, I'm wrong. We can do that. We would need to leave regular roads here and put a distribution point. Say a large one, like here. There's a speed on the the outermost road, yeah, so that any actual vehicle traffic can drive along. And would leave like the access road that gets you to the highway, like this bit. All the roads that lead there would need to be, or could be, higher speed. I just think that, like, distribution-wise, if someone's got garbage over here and they need to carry it, like, pedestrian-wise, over to here in order for the truck here to go there and get it. It's kind of backwards. It's like, why have the longer distance done by foot? You should have the longer distance done by truck. So that's why I think it's better to do a bunch of smaller ones with small distribution points that can still be accessed by road for the garbage trucks to come in and get it, I guess. So the question for me then is, like, how big is each one gonna be? Yes, I was just thinking of if we changed these roads to be pedestrian roads, like all of the hexes to be just pedestrian. Yeah, the 4 people living in town are miserable. They've got nothing to do here. So my conclusion on that thought line is keep the hexagons traffic roads, and then yeah, you can still have one big pedestrian area. That's, yeah, good point, with multiple small service points every other hex or whatever. Doesn't necessarily need to be multiple pedestrian areas. If every pedestrian area wants the same settings, there's no reason to have different ones, right? So the whole city could be one pedestrian area if you want the same settings everywhere, with like dozens or hundreds of service points. It's interesting. I'm gradually getting my head around how I want to approach it. But I think what I need to do is just take a quick break to give my brain a rest, get my legs moving. Be a little longer than usual. I need to head outside to do a chore, so it might just be 5 minutes. Not like a super long time, but I'll be away for like 5 minutes while I get some bits and pieces sorted out, and then we will come back and we will continue arranging what we're going to build into each of these little cells. So I will see you all shortly. Hello there everyone, I am back from my break. It was raining outside, so now I'm damp and grumpy, but all good, everything's sorted. What did I miss? 4 people are still very unhappy, that's to be expected. Oh yeah, anybody wants anything named after them, a friend, whatever, let me know, I don't mind doing it. As long as it's not rude, obviously, but if you want to be a part of the Hexagon City, you're more than welcome. Okay. I'm still in my thinking mode. I would like to divide the city into quarters so that it's more manageable for me. So I think we'll zone it like that, like 4 districts, 4 pedestrian areas. Northeast, southeast, northwest, southwest. Like a fake company that to name things. Yeah, that's cool. I'm very unimaginative when it comes to naming. I mean, you can tell from the channel name, it's Wormslayer as a name came about from like a generic character name generating website that gives you like 10 random names, and I picked one. 20 years ago? About 20 years ago. CEO of Milkshake Megacorp. Milk Corp for short. Lactose Logistics, that's cool. It's got a theme to it. It's nice. Story, yeah. Right, so let's sort this out. Let's get a district painted that covers southwest quarter. Means having half of a hexagon, like, and then this one's going to join there. Ish. If we get farm industry on here, will be the leading hexagonal shaped milkshake producers in the country. Okay, so this is then going to go be the other half of all of those. Creating like a grey area in between the two. It shouldn't matter unless we need to split that with a road at any point in time. Then we can revisit the district outlines, I guess. Or I could be careful, maybe I can tidy these up a bit. It's not bad, actually, that's going pretty well. Started as a company, yeah, in like a Minecraft playthrough, cool. Tend to do the mining. Big giant warehouse. Man, it's been a while since I played Minecraft. Probably about this time last year, I think we went big on a community server. Yeah, I was just mining for days on end. While other people created pretty things. You may have noticed, creating pretty things is not my strength. Logical things I'm pretty good at. Systems and hexagons. But pretty things is not usually what I'm able to do. You lot Your Pixel one. Yeah, I've heard of that. Yeah, I've seen that. Oh, you're playing the bad guys. Sounds like fun. How far north do we need to go with this district? All the way up, yeah, to halfway. Ooh. How do we do it then? 6 below, 5 above. So the northern district wants to go to there ish. That. So that road that's underground is like north half of the road is in the north and south half is in the south. We'll put that road in the south district, I think. But the highway will be in the north district. Gone a bit too far there. So that one wants to come up a bit. Go halfway through that road like that. Make the tunnels a separate district with the wormhole. It's cool. You don't even know where they go. You can't see. They're very, very simple tunnels, but that's cool. That's fine. We will fill in the gap, not create a new one. There we go. It's a shame you can't like click a button that creates a pedestrian zone that's exactly the size of the district. So I've got to like paint all this out a second time exactly the same. Bit annoying, really, is all. We have oh, and I can't see the border of the district while I'm in this mode. So it's halfway through this road. Oh yeah, and then up to there. Yeah, the snapping's useful in some spots. Sometimes it, like, you're trying to draw a straight line and it jumps when you're not expecting it to, and you end up painting what you don't want. There's also only round tools. Like, couldn't they have let me paint my districts with a square or a hexagon? Or a button to just switch off. Yeah, that's, I mean, that's like fundamentals of game design, isn't it? Give people the choice. there, and there. That's all good. Okay. There's probably a mod for it, I guess. I didn't notice one while I was looking, but... Right, so there we go. So this is southwest Hextown. This is southwest pedestrian zone. Okay. So we just need to make sure we've got collection points attached to proper roads at sensible distances from one another. So what would that be? The small zone. Let's have a comparison of the small service point has 5 trucks of cargo, 3 trucks of garbage. $5 and $3 for $2.56 a week, or $15 and $10 for $7.20 a week. So that's like way more cost effective and water and power effective, because you get 3 and a bit times the trucks for like double the cost. So the other ones are specialized, so you can do the first 2 combine cargo and garbage in one building. These just do cargo and these just do garbage. So the large garbage point does 20 garbage trucks for the same cost. I know, lower cost but same water and electric as the big one. So you need cargo service point to deliver goods to commercial, and you need garbage for everything. So if the ratio of 15 cargo to 10 garbage wasn't working for you, you could use the other buildings to get a better ratio, better spread. I can imagine there being more garbage than that, but not necessarily more cargo than that. But I don't really know until everything's up and running, do you? So size-wise, the large one doesn't fit in a split cell. Not without like blocking some of the middle of it, which we want to avoid. The cargo ones are extra wide, so they're really not great. Garbage one is very big, so it needs to kind of be like on a hex that hasn't been split, and it has a big noise complaint radius. Okay, they've all got about the same. Small buildings are all 30, big ones are all 50. Okay. So what have we actually like got? If we're looking at clusters of 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8-ish. How to spread these out. Best thing is kind of to put it in the centre of a hex so that the noise doesn't upset people. How many hexes do we think we can cover with one building? It'd be nice if it was like, well, a lot. Big think, but I'm not coming up with much. Oh, you got to call it for that. No problem at all, Milkshake. Thank you for stopping by. Lovely to see you. And yeah, hope to catch you soon. We'll be in cities again on Friday. If you're available on Friday, you can pop back and see how we've got on. Other games. So at the moment I'm doing 2 days of cities, 2 days of Factorio, and 2 days of Anno 1800 each week. If you look at my profile here, you can see old videos, link to the YouTube with the older videos. You can see everything that's there and see what you think. Nothing has been deleted. Kind of want to leave a row along the top where the junctions are as like different, empty of what we're currently working on. So this would be the first row with stuff in. Maybe might fill that one. It's quite well spaced. Actually, I would like to fill that one. So let's put our first cluster centered here. On that one. Then guess we do all the way down. Then maybe in but not all the way through on the next one. Yeah, like that is how we want it to end. So there's a pavements join that people can walk there. But all sorry. By not joining them, all we're preventing is emergency vehicles from pulling into it, I guess. So unlike with other road types, you might as well connect it. Yeah, might as well. Okay, so how do we get to the next one over? Say we want to put same concept down these ones. Do we split the other ones too, or not? Let's do it. If we do that, can't fit another one of that size in, can? It's 5 down, so you could put one here offset. but that's it. Okay, so if we want to like have a specific design of area that we have multiple in the zone, that won't work. It would need to be smaller. Which again doesn't fit well, because if it's, so that's 3 across, so 1, 2, 3, then a gap, then 3, and then you don't fit anymore. Can't easily do one that's like 4 across because they don't line up, so 5 across is the only other option, which you fit 2 of, but they don't fit. Because the next one, if you put it there next to it, it'd be offset down 1. That would be the top. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It would overlap with where we've put this cluster of services in the bottom. So there's no good way of doing that, basically, is I think my conclusion on that front. In which case, do we just put the pedestrian routes all the way down? With no particular pattern? I think we do, although I've just seen I've used the wrong one. That. No, I miscounted because I was working off there. We have a space on the right as well. So if we do 1, 2, 3, gap, 1, 2, 3, gap, 1, 2, 3. Okay, that does work. So the first one would be there. Then a gap. Then that. Gap, and the last one here. If we move it all north 1, then we lose, because that goes underground, so that's fine. It's kind of some wasted space here, so that might be a good point to put the service stations in. There. Okay. Continuing the pattern below it, we can put one here. Then one here. Can't put the next one over because that's beyond the zone. Can do the one that follows the pattern below. We'll go here. So they're like little clusters like that. We fit 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them. If each can be served from like one service building, that would be great. Sorry for all this coughing, guys. It's took medication during that break and I don't think it's helped. I think it's made things worse. So, sorry for the noises. Okay. There's kind of like a cluster in the middle there that's shared between the left and the right, east and the west. It's kind of interesting. Maybe we should remove some of the hexes that have no, like, adjacentness. So this ring around is like the between. So these two hexes have nothing to them. We might take them away. This one down at the bottom. Or at least plan for them to be empty, perhaps. That's fine. We got these 6 equally spaced clusters of pedestrian fun. I want each to be like identical, so each will have a service building, preferably above it because of how they are. So let's move this one up here. So noise distance on that would be better if we move it up a little. Could move it just around the road. I'm thinking about like putting a special road in just for it. What kind of road? We keep it the same as the other, I guess. We go halfway in, and then cross. We can put it. But we want. I think we want to use the bigger one. I imagine us needing to. Not 100% sure, but I guess we'll find out. So let's just take that name over so we can remove this one. If that's not enough, we can fit more buildings there, I guess. So that's fine for noise. This one's going to have theirs there, which is going to upset people. A few people. Maybe we can do something about those. We can put some kind of object or park or something that decreases noise pollution, perhaps. But that's, you know, that's how I want it. So the trucks are going to come from down here, drive through the hexes and go into there for all the stuff that's nearby, I guess. If we're having one big pedestrian area, we're not controlling where their garbage and cargo goes. So it could be that some get overloaded. We may find we need to split into smaller areas. Perhaps. We'll see. See as it runs. Still wondering about how we get like from this pedestrian street to that. I guess they just walk along the road. Plenty of pavements and crosswalks and stuff and everything, so kind of fine with that. So we want to zone in. I want to de-zone what we've done here first. Remove all that, make those 4 people even unhappier. And then how do we want to do this? Need residential and commercial. And we need offices for them to work in as well. The offices could go in the blocks in between. I kind of like that idea. So it's just residential, commercial and the actual pedestrian, and we could do something like commercial on the pedestrian roads and residential on the outside, or vice versa. Probably, I don't really know. I don't know which is going to have more and which needs more, I guess. I don't know either. You also need to do parks. Haven't built any of them yet. sports, tourism. These are the general parks, and these are the special ones. So we were looking at these type of things. So we could put one of them like in the middle of every hexagon. You know, the ones like that, the roofs that go over. Take up a lot of space actually. It's a lot of buildings we wouldn't be building. There's no great place to put a park other than on the ones in between. We got ice cream stand plaza. We can fit more in that space, so we should use a bigger one than that in my opinion. Like that one that takes the 4 length either side. Maximise the value. Those are little 4x4s. They could go on the corners of the central one. Food truck, ice cream, small fountain, and flower. Large one doesn't fit great. The other option is the large glass roof fits nicely in the centre. Just takes up a lot of space. One of those covers a lot, but it's probably not enough in terms of like land value and everything. So maybe we put one of those dead centre. And then the little ones on the corners of the outside ring. So one there. There. That and that one like that. It's probably a lot of good value and happiness to be had from all 5 of those together. Then yeah, I think commercial on the inside, residential on the outside is my preference. So let's just zone that in and see how they develop. There's all sorts of awkward shapes because it's a hexagon. So yeah, not entirely sure how things are going to develop. Missing patch in the middle there, don't know why. This might not be enough residential for that much commercial, to be honest. In my gut feeling, so we might build on the ones around the outside as well. House progress. Okay. I'm just kind of trying things out, I guess. We might lay things out in one fashion in this quarter of the city and completely different in the others, just to see which I prefer. Try to build a layout that we can then copy a few times, but I'm not entirely confident with it. I think we need more residential than that, and we need workplaces as well. So I was kind of feeling like workplaces between the 2 clusters that have got pedestrian streets. So these would be offices in the middle here. Let's put a bunch in. For example. I don't think that's enough residential. I think that's too much commercial. Too much. So let's replace these. Don't really know what the ratio ends up being in the end. It'll be hard to tell for a long time because you need each business and each residence to level all the way up to know what they're going to fit. But I'm kind of happy with that. That's a good amount of parks. Services are covering... didn't look at where they were going to fit. So the fire station, for example, we need another one. Oh, that's kind of good. We'll have another one down here, and then another one like a small. That's actually pretty good. In that gap there, we can put another one in that gap there, I guess. In between whatever offices we're building. I'm vaguely happy with the current plan. Let's actually unpause and let some of this develop out a while, see what we get, what it looks like. Watch some cars drive around some hexagons. There's one. That's interesting. Garbage truck is going to the building. Oh, because it's not... It's only the buildings attached to the pedestrian street that are taking their rubbish to the centre. So this house that's attached to a regular road will be collected from by a regular truck from the incineration plant, I believe. We do want policies for Southwest Hextown. We want to... I've banned pets before because I just like how it works. The happiness is balanced by having extra parks and you reduce garbage, so I'm going to do that. Recycling also reduces garbage, which is just helpful. We could put education boost in because we need highly educated people, so that might speed things up. I'll leave it for now. Free public transport. We've got no public transport yet, so let's not worry. Anything else there? Don't want to touch taxation yet, although we could. We do want to encourage biking. That's it, I think. Good. Books are cropping up. There we go. It's all good. People are commenting on the ice cream, although I don't see anyone there eating any. See a lot of people around at all, actually. Yeah, that's fine. Well, they're just not travelling. As long as they're not in cars, it's right. Water problem. I know the problem. We have not run power lines to the whatever that thing's called, pump that brings us water. So the best way to run them, let's just send them. Let's just put one on the edge and then we can remove it later if we need to. I'm going to send it up the edge of the hexagons. It's really not lining up well. I'm not happy with that. With the current plan, we know that we're going to put solar panel here, so let's do that early. We'll just run the cable from here. So I'll go from that square up and across. Then join those up. Let's not worry too much about being square. It's just a power line, doesn't really matter. That should connect the whole grid, because we've got a mod that the roads are carrying power. So these three are feeding anything that's touching a road, which includes this one, which is then carried by the pylons out to those buildings. Which are now up and running, so people should not be complaining anymore. It's a really big glass roof plaza. It's got fun little fountains outside, that's cool. Bit wasteful of water, but there we go. Looks cool. Okay. It's going to take a long time to develop in. Because there's no like demand for anything. I'm not sure about like having zero industry starting with offices. I think I'm hoping people will hang around, get educated, and then the offices will appear, but there's a chance they just won't hang around in order to get educated. Don't really know how it works, so we shall see. Got a whole bunch of housing buildings all over the place. Some shops looking good. Am I going to do all high density or mix? I was planning, or thinking I guess, of all high density. Wouldn't be necessary, I guess. We could do some low density around the outside ones, maybe. Might be nice to break the visual up a bit. We did like these more central three in high density and then the outside in low. Might look nice. Yeah, I think it could look nice. Might give that a go, yeah. We're not like we're not trying to reach any specific target like a certain population, so we don't need to use high density at all, I guess. It just makes a city look like a city when it's taller buildings, I guess. I look quite nice with some low density stuff, like suburb type stuff on the outside. I was thinking these would come out, and that one. I think that's it. No, this one. Yeah. Any hexagons that are not next to where we're developing. I was just clearing them out. I think that's best. Still looks like a big hexagon overall with just a couple taken out. A shortage of workers, of course. We just overbuilt commercial, I guess. We can dezone some. Let's dezone these ones. I might rezone them as residential if the ratio works that way round. Actually, let's rezone them as residential, and if they ought to be commercial, we can change that later if that is how they shake out. Try that. Oh, thank you, Chirper. We built hospitals, but not crematoriums, which will be required. Where's their coverage area? Quite good. Not... Yeah, they just about reach if we put them where we're planning on putting everything else out. Or we can put them where we put the service buildings. That's pretty good. Like there would cover that whole cluster, and then there'll be another one there, another one there. So just whether that can reach... Yeah, it can. No, nothing reaching the far south if I do that. Whereas if we're building one there, then the next one would go... Yeah, better in with the other service buildings. Can we move you a little and you a little? And we'll put a couple in the gap. We've also not done, yeah, elder care and child health care, which I generally don't care about, but we should. We've got a whole bunch of empty gaps down the middle here, I guess. Opposite the hospital's fine, so elder care is the long one. Let's put that like that. And child care is smaller, but for symmetry it should go on this side like that. Let's let it run like that for now. Now got rising demand for commercial, so we may be zoning those back to commercial. Or we can do some down the end of the pedestrian lines, I guess, in commercial zoning. It's an option. Let it develop some more. Oh, and like I said, we need to let it level up to really know what the demand's actually going to be like in the end. I don't think we can, like, zone in another one, because there isn't enough demand. It's interesting there's no demand for industry either. Commercial's giving enough jobs to everyone who lives here, I guess. Which is fine. Helpful, even. I wonder at what point the offices will appear. Let's make them come on the actual edge of where our buildings are. We'll de-zone a little there. See lots of garbage trucks flying around. Let's see. What's this? A Jeep. Owned by Carol Chapman. Going to the Bedford residence. Interesting. Why did she drive? Why are you driving? Kathleen Murray. Driving to get an ice cream. You live... Oh, you're a tourist. Okay. I see. They are allowed on the roads, but I've encouraged people to use a bicycle. So if people are using cars, I want to know why. Tourism explains it. Actually, that is... I don't think tourists use bikes. I don't think. Could. Can we build like a rental bike place for them? Probably not. Ooh, this is new metro stations and stuff that I haven't seen. Fun. Train, ship, air, monorail, cable car. Build a taxi depot, I guess. Don't think that reduces the number of cars, though a tourist in a car or a tourist in a taxi doesn't really matter. Don't think. Yeah, hybrid hubs, airport. No. So what do we really want them to be taking? We want them to walk, I guess. How do we encourage tourists to walk? By making them park out of town and bus in, I guess. Then they'll walk from the bus stop to wherever they're visiting. So yeah, we need... if we... park and ride is what the system's generally known as in this country. I don't know about elsewhere, but if we have you come off the highway over here onto a single hexagon that's got bus stops, and then buses come into town, will the tourists take the bus or will they drive into town regardless? What if we ban specifically cars? Yeah, that's not a bad idea, you Mini. Might be unable to walk. True. True. Allow some car traffic. This is someone who resides at the Fairview residence and is driving to the Sunnydale residence. So that's a local who took a car journey when they could have walked. Interesting. Let's look at some of these in more detail. So you are driving home. Okay, you work off map, I guess. Resides at the Pearl residence. Is driving to the Garland residence. Why are you north of town? If you live there and you want to go there, what you do is you walk up that street and go there. Why are you in a car up here to make that journey? Some music or more, some don't. One thing we should check is, are we... no despawning mode is now enabled. Yeah, weird. Don't know. Might just be because the city is still settling in a bit, like all this construction and stuff. So might just be behaving a little weird, and it'll sort itself out. We almost certainly want to set up a park and ride system. So one for tourists inbound from the north and one for tourists inbound from the west. They pull off and catch a bus in instead. Maybe some kind of dedicated bus lane to get the bus into town quicker. Keep all the settings. Oh, I don't know if you have to. I'd kind of just assumed it kept the same settings from this menu. That's on very high. You need to remember one we changed to see. I can't remember what we changed. Disable despawning from that option, which I think does reset because it didn't keep them. Okay. Oh yeah, because we said enable advanced with full dynamic selection. Yeah, good point. We'll have more realistic parking, I guess. Prevent unnecessary transfers, sure. put in some reckless, did I? Okay, we'll put some in again then. Simulation accuracy very high, that's fine. What might we have done? I don't want automatic traffic lights. Buses ignore lane arrows, yes. Vehicles may not enter blocked. Can't U-turn. Shouldn't need to U-turn in a hexagon city. Don't want to change lanes at junctions. I think we might have enabled that before, but I don't want that. I think I saw it causing some problems. Follow priority rules at junctions with timed traffic lights. Vehicle restriction aggression we want strict. Ban cars and trucks on bus lanes, yep. Remove the yes. Those did. Vehicles prefer outer lanes we want. Highway specific merging and splitting, let's say yes. Someone designed the system for a reason, might as well enable it. Allow pedestrian crossing on a main road, let's say no for now. High priority roads isn't something we're really using, but recommended, so we won't do that. I think those defaults are all okay. Yeah, it's all fine. And that was it. Okay, I think that's set up how it was before now, or at least how I want it now. Yeah, we're on. No despawning is on. Yeah. Just after I said, well, someone created the system, so it must be worth having, and then they've created a system and said, we don't recommend this. Oh well. We still don't have enough workers for the commercial we've zoned in, which could be an education issue. They need to finish elementary school. That would make sense. There's some interesting buildings around here. I'm gonna I think those noises are ambience. Let's turn that down and see. To look at the buildings without losing my ears. They're kind of cool. I like them. Little short blocks of flats. Taller blocks of flats opposite. Very nice. We've got some businesses. Flaming Ring. Outlet shop. Multimedia centre. The Law accounting. Lots of adverts for donuts, making me hungry. It's cool looking. Yeah, not much variety in. I suppose I could have looked for some mods that would mix up the buildings a bit, make them a bit different. Yeah. I'm going to the Flaming Ring. Which one? Oh, the one on Albert Crowley Street. Yeah, which one? The one on the left. Buildings. Most of them abandoned, I guess, because they're not successful, but very cool, actually. Not entirely sure what we're going to do on like the in-between blocks, because at the moment, going to have a similar issue to in the last city, where you got these little green patches of like emptiness that look really weird. We need to want to fill that in with something. Trees is the easy option, but something. Then in the middle of the offices there's going to be big green patches again, so it's going to be another thing that I'll think about it some, and then as we expand more try and come up with ideas on how we can make that look better. Because this like green grass looks just a bit weird once the city's actually developed around it, in my opinion. Just want more people. Maybe one Flaming Rings shop just wasn't big enough for the demand in the city. Just people love it so much they couldn't serve enough customers in a day. Who knows? They shop with an octopus on the front. Buy it all. It'd be kind of nice if there was a bit more like specifics to the shop names. I don't know if that's like a DLC or a mod option or something, but they all have, like, there's discount sales 3 times in a row and they all look very similar. Don't know. There's another Flaming Ring. Let's there's no immediate traffic problems. Would have been kind of nice to poke around at one if there was, but let things settle in for a little while longer. A lot of these businesses are still failing, so something's not right. Time run a little faster for a while. I might take another break. I know I didn't took my last break later than I usually do because I completely lost track of time. It hasn't been long since, but I would kind of like to get on the right rhythm again. Take a break now as the last one for the night, probably. 6 hours in. Just do another couple of hours after that break and let things in the city settle down a bit, and then obviously in the next session we'll start developing further. So yeah, I'll just take another. I might need to go back outside, so let's call it 5 minutes. City can run in the background, and yeah, I'll be back in 4 or 5 minutes, and we'll carry on looking at how things grow. I will see you then. Hello there, I'm back from the break. Hexagon City has not burned down, that's good to see. The snack. Thanks for trying to keep me healthy, Alizar. Appreciate it. I've actually got into a good routine of having a nice, like, proper dinner before I start streaming now. I was a little uncertain about doing these long streams, like until 10 PM my time, but because that's like too late for me to eat a proper meal. So I wasn't sure about like stopping in the middle to have a whole dinner, but it's actually working out good. So like about 12 o'clock I'll start cooking something and then eat about 1 and then start streaming about 2. So it's all lining up really well. Really nice chicken soup today to try and help with the coughing. So it's gone well. And then I probably in the future would have like something small to eat. Probably around now, maybe on the break before. But I'm constantly eating these candies for the sore throat, which are full of sugar. There's like, oh, they're not that bad. I don't know, about 20 calories in each one. It's not bad. But I am eating like a whole pack every stream, so that's plenty of snacking for sure. It's good. It's like they're specifically good because I've got a cough, and that does drain your energy, and the glucose in them is good for that. I wouldn't normally just eat like a snack that's highly sugary like that if I was feeling well, so I need to look at something that I can snack on when I'm feeling better. That's I mean, bananas are usually the best thing for like a quick snack that gives you energy and carbohydrate to keep streaming with. I think that would be my first pick. Chocolate bars is the tempting thing, but considering my full-time work is sitting here for 8 hours a day, I would really like to avoid falling into the trap of like eating chocolate and foods like that will just make my health so bad if I don't put some effort in. It's completely opposite, because my last job was physical, not very physical. It wasn't manual labour, but I could spend the whole 8-hour shift on my feet walking around, so spending 8 hours sat down is quite different for me. I don't necessarily like it. I love what I'm doing. I don't like sitting still for 8 hours straight. Still a shortage of people, very high demand for residential. They've built a building everywhere they can. We've still got room to level up, so I guess we'll give them more time to do that. Education is all that's holding them back, so it's just a matter of time. We've got the services provided. 4 university students. Okay. Good they're taking breaks. Yeah, I have to. To stay sane more than anything. Yeah, I feel the same way. You watch someone. There's like streamers I'll watch who do like 12-hour streams every day, and they tend to just like get up and walk away every now and then, and I think that's great. Like, first, they have an audience that can respect that, you know, that this person's potentially unhealthy situation. Every now and then they just get up, walk away, and do what they need to do. And people hang around and keep watching is great. Just things like, I mean, Mondo can probably tell us about streaming for 24 hours straight. you got to take breaks. You're really unhealthy for sure. And then I think the trap is people perhaps who do like a 3-hour stream every day and don't take a break in that. Like 3 hours is still a long time to do the same thing. It does. It's if people come to your stream and you're not there, they leave. I don't know like how big of a deal it is. Personally, if I sit through 30 minutes of adverts, or 30 seconds of adverts, I'm going to at least wait a couple minutes to see if the guy comes back. But then, you know, if you open a stream, you don't watch an advert, there's no one there, and there's no like explanation of when they're going to come back, I'd usually go away, do something else, pick someone else to watch. So yeah, I don't know, but that's Twitch for you. You kind of have to deal with the fact that only like 1 in 10 of the people who come to your stream are going to hang around for more than 5 seconds. The rest are like, for whatever personal reason, within those first few seconds they're going to make a decision to leave. There's not a huge amount you can do to stop them, and you shouldn't try, basically. Except that a large proportion of the people who come in are going to leave, and just do the best for the people who hang around. You know, and the 1 in 10 that do hang around, find out why and keep doing that, basically. Yeah, Tato's been here for 6 hours, just hanging out. It's great. I love it. You don't want to do anything for 24 hours. No. I think the only thing that I could do for 24 hours straight is sleep. Anything else, I would just want to do something different. And even then, I mean, after about 12 to 14 hours, I'd get bored of sleeping. But yeah, I mean, 8 hours is actually working out pretty good for me as a stream time. Some days I'll do a little less, just because of how things fall or whatever's going on, but you can create a good amount of content in 8 hours. You can get a lot done, enjoy the process, and well, I am loving it. I hope that shows, but really appreciate everyone hanging out and chatting with me and just chilling and watching and everything like that. It's really lovely. We're leveling up pretty good here. Some distance to go, but some buildings are reaching top levels. That's good. Should improve things. Was he talking? Yeah. You got to play a game that you can talk about, I guess, is like I'm interested in all sorts of games. I could quite happily be playing something like Call of Duty. I haven't played, but I could. But I couldn't stream it because if someone comes in, I've got no window within that to like engage with them, talk to them, even just say hello. It's just that kind of game that doesn't give you the time. And I think in that case you've got to be like offering something else, which I'm not bad at shooting games, but I'm not like a kind of streamer you'd sit and watch do it. I don't think I'm that good. So I'd rather have something where we're like doing something, working on something. So you watch a lot of Sims 4. It's a chill game to watch people play, yeah. Build a house. Open the face like a dollhouse. And just leave it running. Oh, that's interesting. That's very interesting. But yeah, you just kind of like watching the world do its own thing. The streamer isn't actually necessarily there or doing anything. Well, yeah, pop in now and then and click a... That's interesting. As like as a type of content. There's other games you can do that with, aren't there? I'm thinking of like something in the back of my mind that I've seen something like that. It might be like Civilization. You set up a game that's just the AI and you spectate it and you can just watch them do whatever they're doing and leave them to it, kind of thing. It's a bit... I don't know really. Like what's to stop me from just doing that myself rather than watching a streamer do it? I guess the community, like you say, it's not just you watching it, there's a bunch of you watching the same thing. I've never heard of that kind of like stream before, and I actually find that really interesting. Yeah. It's not necessarily that, yeah. I'm not sure you could be like a really small streamer and get off the ground doing that, you know, like if you're one of the only 2 or 3 people doing it, then maybe. If it's like a special thing, if there's like 20 people doing it, why would anyone pick your one? I don't know. It's interesting. It's very interesting. I think I might look that up later and see what it's all about. Oh, cool. Yeah. There's some big names from the Sim stream in there. Yeah, they've all given it a go, and they've got VODs still. I can have a look at what it was about. It's interesting. I'm not sure personally. I would like to pay for the electrical supply to my computer to not play the game myself. Like if the game's open and it's running and I'm paying for it, I'd rather be clicking buttons and doing things, I guess. Then again, we've spent, well, the last half an hour just staring at this city building itself. It's not... our interaction is not very intense at the moment here. Ah, is that an office? It is. Solutions Incorporated. The Happy Face Travel Agency. Okay. We've got a little bit of office development starting. They've also got staffing issues, educated worker issues, so interesting. Still need some time to develop. I can still see the buildings like getting refitted into the higher levels and hear the dings as they're going. Yeah, you should be able to. You should be able to post a link. I told Autobot that it's acceptable twice, so I hope he's remembered and it should be safe. There you good. It did not cause any trouble for once. There we go. If I set that running, put it in a list for later. Brilliant. I'll check that out later on. Probably tomorrow morning, but that's really interesting, Yumini. Thanks for like sharing the story about it. I really appreciate hearing about that idea, and I don't think it's something that I'm personally going to do, but I think it's interesting. People are going to You think the travel agents are sending them away to competitor locations? Yeah, it's just, yeah, secondary channel just for the VODs, yeah. Which, at some point, it's almost inevitable that I will start creating YouTube-specific content. I'm not sure I really want to, and I won't unless I want to. But I expect at some point I will want to. Then I'll need to decide whether to have two, because I've got the one at the moment that's just the VODs. They all go there so that they can live there forever, because they can't here on Twitch. And you don't want like real YouTube content getting mixed in with that. It makes it harder to find, I guess. Not sure of the details on it. And not even like no ideas at the moment what I would do on YouTube, but there's a lot of people, knowledgeable people, saying that Twitch is not going to be a good place to be in early 2023. It's not going to be a place you can be successful in the way that I need to be. So I may need to explore other possibilities, or you know, there is always a possibility I'll need to get a proper job, which I'm doing my best to avoid. So there's medium demand for residential, some demand for industry. So like, that's probably not enough offices. They've all cropped up now. None of them are complaining about staff. So if our residential are still developing, still leveling up, we're going to need more employment locations. Looks like the balance was right to flick the middle ones over to residential, not commercial, at the moment, because there's no commercial demand. Some are still complaining. Don't know. What's this? Not enough goods. Not enough goods from a business that's facing a pedestrian street would be an issue with the distribution. Cargo capacity used 5 out of 15 trucks. Garbage 0 out of 10. So there's not a throughput issue there. They've not stopped supplying goods. Why don't these guys have goods? All these guys as well. Is it just the time it takes for them to get the goods from the distribution center? Not sure what the cause is, but it's not a good sign. It's not an actual problem with it, then I don't particularly know what we do to fix the issue. Other than, like, take them off the pedestrian street and give them direct supply. Don't know, maybe we do need the distribution centre to be closer. Most of the cars are not coming to visit us. Just exporting stuff, returning home. Exporting goods. Our city's pretty small at the moment, so I'm not surprised they're not coming to visit us. Bit of a shame though, yeah. Cars around the place, a few. Cyclists. That's fun. Shirley Hancock is cycling back home from school. Olivia Adams is driving a sports car to a parking spot near the Birch residence, which is not where she lives and not where she works. So what's that about? Why would they go to someone else? Well, why do people go to other people's houses? Within the context of the game, I'm asking. I guess that's just part of the AI. Every now and then they visit another residence that isn't their own, like in real life. Ooh, the commercial buildings have leveled up and they're different businesses now. There's Sir Cut-A-Lot, Mosello's Cookie Dough Ice Cream, a comic book store of some kind, Indie Lizard record store. What strange behaviour. It made more sense when I said it out loud. In my head I was very much like, why would they be going to a house that isn't their house? And then I worked out that because people do that. Various reasons. Citizens are sick. Why are citizens sick when they've got hospital capacity to spare? Don't look like we've got any service issues, so yeah, rip Flaming Ring. Maybe they've moved location. There's one. They've moved next door to Yakisoba Tasty Noodles and Burned Bean Coffee. It's pollution. There's a lot of complaints about not getting their goods. So I feel very much like we've not done something properly here. Like if the service building is supposed to be closer, then we have to deal with the 50 noise pollution. Have we got a visualization for noise? Yes. So the commercial buildings are making a lot of noise. That's fine, really. Slightly affecting some of the outside houses, but not the inside ones, which is good. At that location, it's not upsetting anyone. If we want to move it closer, we kind of have to know where. Which, don't know. Can I check traffic routes for the distribution centre? So vehicles are coming in from off map in the brown route and delivering in, and then who are you? Garbage truck is coming to collect the garbage. Yeah, sure. So how do the goods get from there to here? There's a supply truck, hot dog van, importing goods to the distribution centre. Magic, probably magic, yeah, probably. They magic the hot dogs from here to the Flaming Ring. Yeah, and then off they go. Is there anything on this page that might enlighten us? Typical happiness of 74%. Entertainment's very low. That's interesting. Parks. These tabs up here, so you can apply specific policies to the pedestrian area, like the speed limit, sugar ban. It's a health thing. Street music increases happiness, cost of noise, and deliver everything means if the building is facing onto a normal road and could get a normal delivery, you can activate deliver everything so that it doesn't, and it gets delivered from that point instead. So if you're getting a lot of commercial traffic coming through, you can enable deliver everything, so that you still get residential traffic on your normal roads, but no commercial traffic. The unlocking, I guess, is because we're in like the sandbox settings, everything unlocked from the start. We've got all the buildings and stuff, but there's like criteria to meet to unlock like the unique buildings, obviously, but also the different access points and stuff. I guess you're supposed to like unlock things in tiers like you do with the rest of the game, which is, you know, not happening because we unlocked everything from the start. Cargo's definitely coming in. Area focus commercials. Do we want to... What we could do is make, like, this cluster is a residential only cluster, and then the next one over is like commercial only. We could specialise a bit like that. Don't know. Might make it easier logistically to control number of cargo trucks and stuff like that. I wonder if we just hit the capacity. It's at 12 now. 13. Interesting. Oh, the noise pollution as well, yeah. Keep the commercial stuff in its own noisy area. They get sickness from the noise. I see. I see. Interesting. We've hit capacity on the cargo trucks at this station. That'll be why the business has failed. I mean, they're built back stronger, but interesting. So they've got the headphones on. That means it's noise pollution causing the issue. And it says make sure there's healthcare available, but I suppose the other option is move the noise pollution away. Yeah. Okay. Let's try that idea. Does a commercial zone need parks? Doesn't necessarily need them, but they look nice and they give things for people to visit. So let's put the parks into this one as well. Or some parks, not necessarily the same ones. We could... Yeah, let's do it different this time. Let's use this one on the ends. Like that. And then actual, like, parks. Japanese garden on one corner. Carousel over on here. Why not? Dog park's pretty small. We'll put... it's a bit bigger than the others. Maybe not that one. Botanical garden's a lot bigger. A bouncy castle with the carousel? Sure. What about, is this like... The smallest park is still a bit big, isn't it? So let's use one of these. Unless we've got plaza with trees, a bit big. Balloon tours, interesting. Thought it was mental health sickness. You can't sleep because of the noise. Yeah, I mean, it's fine. As a computer system, it makes sense. Makes sense. Love walking dogs. Dog park, yeah. These are all beach stuff. I don't think we want a beach volleyball court in the middle of the city. Skate park, though. Again, it's a bit bigger. It's not, like, symmetrical. I'm not a huge fan of that. The dog parks are like the most popular one, yeah. Interesting. they're just props. So what about... Just put one of these in again. Small food truck. There we go. And then we're going to zone high density commercial. High density, or yeah, we'll still keep low density on the outside, not the inside. Let's go high density commercial here, and all around here. Then D-zone commercial over here. We'll turn that into residential. We'll put more offices in between the two. To see how that works. That should not be an office. I want to put the supply points. So let's have a small garbage one. Not sure if it'll be enough, but we'll find out. Let's put that in the middle, and then a large cargo ones, 2 of them. And hopefully that's enough to supply all of that. This does kind of lean me towards the splitting of the residential, like, districting tool down to these smaller areas. Because I don't want deliveries coming in here to get to businesses over here, in order to supply businesses over here. What is going on here? We've got like hundreds of trucks coming to deliver, even though we've already hit capacity. Interesting. I'm just going to delete this. We're going to have a let's try with a small garbage. So again, I want to build this one further back. We need more. We can put a second one back there. Oh, sorry. Which one should we rename? And what am I supposed to call it? Let's lactose distribution site A. Here will be lactose distribution site B. There we go. Thank you for reminding me. I did say earlier that I was definitely going to demolish it without thinking. We can rezone residential into these. Good. Well, not sure if good. We'll see what happens, I guess, over time. But remembered you saw the name on it when I opened and deleted it. Lucky. Just before, yeah. Wasn't on purpose, I promise. I think we do. We keep the district can stay as Southwest Hextown, but the Southwest Pedestrian Zone should be divided up. So let's do that. Oh, colours on this screen as well, please. Kind of tempted to enable that deliver everything option for the commercial zone. Oh. Mustn't take the zone away from the delivery point, I guess. Although let's pause. I'm going to take that away. Put a new zone in on this side. Go. Ghent Mall, that is called. Then yeah, rebuild this one. Don't think the offices in the middle need to be part of a residential pedestrian zone, do they? There's no pedestrian street there, so it's fine. Don't think they get deliveries either, offices. They might produce garbage, I guess. Okay, there we go. That'll probably do the job. So this is Southwest Residential Zone 1. This is Southwest Commercial Zone 1. Did say earlier about my lack of creativity when naming. There you go. This is Zone 1, it's commercial and it's in the southwest, so that's the name it's getting. The entertainment here is a lot higher than it was when they were combined. It's a commercial zone, interesting. I'm not going to deliver everything yet because we don't know how many trucks we need to supply just the ones on the pedestrian street. So if we cap out all 60 trucks just on those, we don't want deliver everything enabled. Easy to find. Yeah, it makes it easy to. If you see the name in a list, you know where it is. This is complaining about no cargo service point. So while the residential buildings don't require cargo supply, the actual garbage processing facility does. So you can't build just a garbage processing point. We only need the bare minimum. Like 7 trucks is probably overkill, so I guess we build the smallest thing possible. Yeah, I need their trash bags delivered here, I guess, or whatever. Kind of annoying. This will only give us 3 garbage trucks. The large ones definitely overkill on cargo to get 10. Let's see if this area can survive on 3 garbage trucks. And if it can, we'll just use that. And if it can't, we'll add the garbage specific one in addition to the mixed one. We want... So this is 100% residential. Entertainment's still not bad. A few parks, I guess, are still there. Happiness looks good. That's all fine then. It's the beginnings of a city. Not much to look at yet. But this is leveled to the max, isn't it? So it's looking good. A lot more hexes to fill in. Bit by bit. I would now expect to see a much greater traffic coming past the offices. People going from residential to commercial, either for work or nightlife or whatever it is. Like to be starting with pedestrian. Well, I paid £9 for the DLC, so I want to use it. When I was playing around setting up the hex sizes, layout, that kind of thing, I saw how this much wasted space in the middle is quite a lot. So I was like, well, I want to kind of put a road down the middle to split it and use that space. And I was looking at, like, you know, do you put a bus lane down the middle? Do you put a monorail down the middle? What do you do? And then I thought, actually, it really would be nice to have a pedestrianised street down the middle, because it means there's no extra junction for the cars, but you can still access buildings. I wasn't aware of this system with the distribution centre, didn't know about that, so that's a bit, we're going to have to deal with that and work out what the deal is with it. But the actual, like, hex itself, I think that looks great. Yeah, it looks very nice to have that pedestrianised street there with the trees and even the bollards at the end. It's really kind of cool. Really good look that they've done with that DLC, in my opinion. So we are not filling in the commercial zone, so we might need to give it more time to develop, but it seems like we could add more, like a second residential cluster, and they could share that commercial zone, I think. So we still have an issue here. There's a constant stream of trucks coming in, even though the capacity has been used up. And don't know why we need donuts in the residential zone. Not sure. Should only be for things in this small cluster that are touching the pedestrianised street. So, I mean, does the ice cream stand need an actual delivery of ice creams? Because I was kind of hoping it didn't. If it does, we'll just swap it for like a park that doesn't. Don't know. The food truck, maybe? Maybe they're delivering donuts for the food truck park? Seems unusual that they would. Or perhaps it's just things that were already in transit when we juggled things around. So they just delivered them to that. Because that was the pre-existing sector. It could just be we need to give it a bit of time, perhaps, to settle itself down. Guess we shall see if we give it a bit more time and whether another huge chain of trucks tries to deliver here. Who have we got coming into town? Stephanie Wright is scootering to someone else's house, which is over there and not off this road. Rosemary Adams is, yeah, driving to this edge of town. Okay, that's acceptable. And then a couple of vans are importing goods. Fine. Sure if I've noticed the day-night cycle. Has it become night time and have I enabled or disabled that in an option somewhere? Ah, I have disabled it. In vanilla it wasn't relevant to have a day-night cycle. In fact, the nighttime just made it harder to build, but I believe with the After Dark DLC you need it to cycle to night to actually affect some things. Make some commercial buildings into like bars and stuff, and they don't simulate it with the daytime lighting. You actually have to have the cycle enabled, I think. I mean, we'll find out. I've enabled it now, so it'll become nighttime at some point and we might see things do something. Offices are all popping up okay. Need more services. That is a constant complaint in the industrial stuff. We can put like unnecessary police stations in the middle of the offices, I guess, but best thing to do would be to drop a bunch of bus stops next to them, I think. Although, well, we do want people to take the bus from home to the office. It's just they really should be walking instead. Don't know. There's lots of cars around, or vehicles around. Don't know what they're all doing, but there's a little slow patch. Nothing's really like jamming up at all. It's all moving. I think hexagons are going to be a big success. You'll see the next next year there'll be an announcement out of Dubai or somewhere. They're going to build the world's first hexagon town. I say that. As far as I know, there is a hexagon town. I'm not aware of one, but there could be. Inspired by me, of course. Yeah, of course. That'll be on the tagline. I'm sure it's more likely that there are city planning students all the world over failing their exams for suggesting a hexagon-based city. Here we go, nighttime. The streetlights come on. Some of those buildings look really cool at night, actually. That's really good. Like these high-rise residentials. The fountains there. Actually, they're lighting up that pedestrian street's really cool as well, actually. That looks pretty good. Oh, and the carousel and everything lights up. That's nice. Still people wandering around everywhere. I think the general idea is that at night some traffic will still come back to the commercial zone for consuming services. Bars and clubs is the general idea, I think. And then at daytime people are coming over for shopping, so the traffic will have like a different profile at different times of day. Not sure though. Not sure we'll see a difference or what, but I would expect to see like fewer people walking at night, but there's lots of people walking. There's quite a lot of people cycling too, although I was kind of expecting there to be more. We enabled that policy that said encourage biking. So now most citizens prefer bicycles, but don't think there's more bicycles than cars at the moment. And these aren't tourists. Don't know. It's no big deal until the roads block up. Which is never going to happen because hexagons are amazing. Got high demand for industry, so we'd like to put more offices down. Just don't really have a ideal place to live. I guess the edges of everywhere, like around the edge of here, let's say. We're not in the service blocks, so from there. Not there, that's a service block, isn't it? Kind of. Maybe around here as well. Maybe. If we're building there, then I think I will build around those. Yeah, just like that. Let those develop and see what happens. Is a lot harder to see things at night, which is why I disabled it when I was doing the vanilla run. But still, will does noise pollution only affect residential, or will the commercial and office zones get upset by the noise? I think before we were only getting the warnings about residential buildings upset by it, so I kind of hope that's the case. Otherwise we'll need to move some of these buildings away from the roads, perhaps change where the offices are. If it's a problem, we'll get a warning. I'm sure we'll get a little bubble pop up and tell us that it's a problem. We might need to put more services on the edge, actually, thinking about it. I've just put a bunch of offices where there should be services. And we might not be getting, probably not getting enough coverage from, yeah, things like the hospital. I'm not sure you need a hospital covering commercial. If we put residential on the other side of it, we'd definitely need it covering there. And I think even if they don't need the healthcare, they get the like value bonus of having a service nearby. In any case, I think we should be copying that service block over to that side. So let's do that. That goes there. They go there, and then fire station's on the right, and a police station on the left. Did we use high capacity? I think we did. No. Police headquarters, fire station. Police headquarters. Fire station. There we go. In that case, these should not be offices. But the rest of it can be. So what else should we put there? Elder Karen. Childcare should. That one there. That one there. That's, yeah. Can't put a university there because that's where that cluster is. Coverage isn't. Oh no, it can move north, can't it? Because the bottom of the city is angled, not straight, so it can be up there, for example, and still get great coverage. How about up there? Still good. We don't have a capacity issue though. As much as I want the green lines to cover everything, it's probably not as necessary. If we can get the traffic down to the pre-existing one, that capacity is crazy good. But we have a shortage of elementary school places. I thought that might happen. I'll put the one in over this side, but I think each cluster is going to need more than one elementary school. High school availability is fine, but we'll finish the pattern. We're putting that there, so that's there. They're all there, and that's there. It's fine, it's just the university, which, like I say, we don't need to worry about right now. How about power? Yeah, we're consuming very little. Water is close-ish. Let's just go add another one, just for the sake of it. We have infinite money. I'm interested in the income, but not in this developmental phase. We'll interest ourselves in our income when things have settled a lot more. Is there any difference between elementary and high school? Yes, there is in the gameplay terms. All three tiers of education are significant. So the three tiers are elementary school, high school, and university. And then the buildings we've got here are just like this high capacity one, so more expensive but fits more people. So there's two of each, and then at the end we've got the public library, which provides like entertainment, happiness, and a boost to education at all levels, not a specific education. The specific education is relevant to, so if we pick an office, which is a building that uses workers, each business that uses workers needs a different number of different education levels. So uneducated are people who've not been to any schooling, educated have completed elementary school, well educated have completed high school, and highly educated have completed university. And it all runs in a queue. So a proportion of your uneducated population don't go to work, they go to elementary school instead. Then when they've finished elementary school, a proportion of your educated workers don't go to work, they go to high school instead. And likewise, a proportion of your well-educated workers go to university instead of going to work. You can use a policy called Schools Out that reduces the percentage of people who go to school. So you can slow down the overall population education by using that policy to make more people go to work and fewer go to school. If you're running a like a specialized industry, so offices are kind of a specialized industry. There's also oil and ore industries, they require a higher proportion of educated workers. Whereas farming, and I think forestry, I'm not 100% sure on that, they require a higher proportion of uneducated workers. So, depending on how you're intending to make money, will depend how much of your population you want to educate. It's not terribly important because a university educated, highly educated person can still work an uneducated job. So you'll see that sometimes they're asking for, so in this case, 0 uneducated, 4 educated, 8 well educated, and 5 highly educated. This business could have 17 highly educated workers and it would still be happy because they've exceeded the requirement. But I think, and again, I don't know the specific details, but I think if a highly educated worker is doing like an educated or uneducated job, they're quite likely to emigrate out of your city and be replaced by someone else. I think. I'm not really sure about the immigration and emigration system, but the education system's quite simple like that. Just ensure you've got enough capacity at your education institutes to educate everyone who wants it, really, is how I've approached it. Unless you specifically want to save the money and you can use the uneducated workers. For example, if you're doing farming, I think. I'm not sure about that now. I know the oil industry requires high educated, and I know offices require university educated. Not 100% sure about the farming now. I thought it just required fewer educated people, but I could be wrong. Okay, how are we doing? The residential kind of looks like it's fully developed. Almost. Some of them are still leveling up a little bit. Okay. Offices are still leveling up, but they want the services which we're not currently providing. There's some commercial that's not being built in, so there's just like a medium demand for residential at the moment, which I kind of want to do this one as high density residential, this one and this one as a low density residential, and this one as a low density commercial, maybe something like that. So I was going to need some uneducated workers for certain industries. Yeah, I thought there was. Yeah, I'm not sure about the specifics of how it causes a problem. I've not I've not played the game a huge amount, but in my experience I've not had a problem with education. I've provided the capacity that they've desired and everyone's been happy after the time that it takes to educate people up to the level they need to be at. So I think most immigrants are uneducated. So if you build a new house, the people coming in are uneducated. So it takes time for them to get through the different stages of education before you can have the office workers that you might be after. Traffic looks like there's quite a lot of cars, but it's flowing nicely. What's our number? Which one is that? Traffic? Yeah, 88%. There are some hotspots. Interesting. There's some mods that change the immigration to be a bit more random. Okay. Or a bit more normal, I suppose. The hotspots seem to be entrance to the commercial area. 88% is good, although the city isn't so highly developed that I would be worried about traffic at this point in time, but there we go. Yeah, it's these roads that are heating up. Death wave. So yeah. Like, you build a huge chunk of residential and all of those people reach your life expectancy at the same time, right? Yeah, exactly, yeah. Not really suffered from it. I guess in the last... So I've got, in my experience in the game, I've got the last city we did, which, you know, the VODs are available on the YouTube and everything. And then I've got everything before then. Everything before then was just cities that collapsed in on themselves within an hour. So in the last city we did, where I learned a hell of a lot, I don't think we had any major death waves. And I think that's because we expanded it pretty slowly, gradually, one block at a time kind of thing, until like we were done when we did quite... I reckon if we went and ran that save, we would have problems because we did some like major rezoning towards the end of that run. Can't necessarily see a problem with the traffic here. It might just be that typical the entrance to the commercial zone has traffic problems because that's where lots of people are walking and crossing the street. Because there's lots of visitors coming over here. You can like see all the people running around. And they've got lots of reasons to cross streets. Hello? Who is this? Who is this person? Oh, it's a hearse. Of course. I was like, who gave them permission to drive on a pedestrian street? But, of course. Ah, they even dropped the bollards to let the car... That's really cool. That's really cool. They, like... The bollards to enter the road get dropped in so that they can drive in. And then... Oh! Oh, that was worth £9. Just watching those drop and re-raise, that was worth £9. So I'm glad I bought that DLC now. Man, I like that. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, we can see some traffic issue here, can't we? And that is cars that are the problem, not people. And certainly not cyclists, which it should be cyclists causing problems in this city. Because if they're not, I mean, if they're not really moving to the bikes, even though we're encouraging it, we could change these roads so they're not one lane and a bike lane, but 2 lanes. That should improve traffic flow if they're not using bikes. Interesting. Oh, you gotta go, Hazar. No problem at all. Thank you very much for stopping by. Lovely to see you as always. Have a good rest of your night. And yeah, hopefully see you soon. Sure what to do about the traffic there. If there's anything to do. Wonder if it's like the public transport thing. We put some good bus routes in general around the city, and then general traffic will reduce. There's a whole queue of people here. Going shopping, which does frustrate me. Like we put a policy on saying use a bike and they're not. Although if you're going shopping at boutiques galore, maybe you can't fit what you're buying on a bike. a tourist, but no, mostly local people driving to do shopping. Interesting. Public transport's probably the answer because we're not got any soon. Any in place yet. What would we do? We'd want a bus that probably a bus? Probably a bus that runs from residential to commercial. I don't think we want to use blimp to do that journey. That's metro. Metro's an option. The centre of each cluster could have a metro station. New options here. Metro, above line. Elevated metro station with shops. Very interesting. Makes feel like a cool thing to put in the middle of the commercial zone. Cool. Standard underground one, which is what I like because a small footprint on the surface means it doesn't get in the way of other buildings. Parallel lines. Interesting. Comes with crossing lines. They're at different heights, I guess. Or perhaps not, and it could be at the same height, just comes with a default. Those are interesting buildings. Cool. Trains is not, although we'll want, wherever we put our tourist bus routes, we'll want a train station as well, I guess, and a harbour. We want to do that like over here on the shore front. Have all of the external routes in converge. There, can we do one up here too? No. Can do one on the east here though. Maybe. An airport, that's not going to help us get across the city, I don't think. The blimp stop. It's quite big, but I mean we can find spots to put them if they... I mean, I imagine blimps reducing traffic on the road because blimps don't go on roads. Therefore, everyone who takes a blimp is not on the road. I just don't know if people are really going to use them. I mean, it's got to be easier to walk than take a blimp anywhere. Monorail tracks. We can put... we could replace the roads with ones that have monorail tracks above them. Just don't imagine it going well with... like... with the hexagon shape. I don't imagine monorail being a very effective speed or whatever. Cable car, I really don't see us helping get from residential to commercial. And again, yeah, taxis don't reduce the number of vehicles. Can't see the benefit of having taxis at all. Unless it, like, perhaps it encourages tourism or something of that nature. These are like, yeah, ferry and bus, which is cool. We'd like that. International airport as well. We'll put one of them down in the future for tourism. I think bus has got to be the answer to what we're after. Which is then like, do we replace the bicycling provision with bus lanes? Probably not. I don't. Dedicated bus lane allows your bus to get past other traffic. But ideally you don't have other traffic, you've just got buses. So a 2-lane road that allows any traffic is probably better than a 1-lane and a bus lane. You can see value in like a dedicated bus road. It's like a name for them. There's one near here, but I can't remember what the name of them is. It's like it's not a road, it's just a surface that only buses are allowed to use. Not like tramway. That's going to bother me until I find out what that word is. I'll find out later, I'm sure. But like, yeah, we're not going to have them here. I don't think. Could cut a lane that goes like here. Joins Hancock Streets on the left and right through the middle of there with buses only. Lose a few buildings at the join, and the join would become 4-way, not 3, which I don't really like that idea. The north-south could be that hybrid pedestrian and bus like that. It's kind of interesting. The bus would still need to take like so at the moment the pedestrian areas aren't joined to one another. The pedestrian streets like left and right here are not joined together. You have to use the normal street to get between them, so the bus would still need to do that. But we could put the bus stops, I assume, on the part of that, which would be really cool. Kind of like that idea. Perhaps just the central one. So the outside one stays they are, and the central one allows buses down it. And then we have routes between them. I like that idea. Let's flick these ones over now and then have a little play with it. So this one and this one. Why people are unhappy about that. Oh, because I took the trees away. They like having trees. So that may be a mistake, but we'll see. We'll see. It's fine, I think. And then, yeah, so we need a bus depot. Which there are different options now. That's the normal bus depot. Doesn't really tell us anything about it. Bus station is a hub, place where bus starts or ends its scheduled route. Bus depot sends out buses. Bus station is a place, so it's like a stop in the chain, which we're not looking. Oh, but that would be good for like your out of town park and ride service. Bus station would be part of the journey. Yeah, that makes sense. Compact bus station. Hub for bus lines. Just for the cosmetic of it, I guess. Like, if you've got multiple routes converging at the same point, they all come and stop here. It doesn't say that it issues buses, so we need to have the depot. Which can live anywhere really, I guess. Put it in the service area, we'll put it there. And we want to stop. We can stop twice in each. We'll stop in the middle of... can't do middle, okay. At the top of this Yeah, the top of the residential. Come down to the bottom of the residential. Stop in the middle for offices. Then the bottom of the commercial. The top of the commercial. Stop off with the offices again. So there or there. This went up, so there. Yeah. And then finish the loop. It's very interesting to me that they're not going to use the bus road down the middle of there. It thinks it's faster to go around. Or better to go around. Interesting. Likewise over this side. I don't know if that's a problem with like the roof we've put on, whether that prevents buses from coming through. Shouldn't do. I hope it doesn't. Traffic is getting pretty bad. Okay, well we'll find out, I guess. Maybe it's what's the speed limits? Yeah, going around is at 40 and going in the middle is at 20. So the bus isn't using the bus lane because it's too slow. The whole point of putting the bus lane there is to improve the traffic. This is just going to make it worse, I guess. Well, not necessarily worse. If it brings people off the street, out of the car, then oh wow, that's a lot of people who want a bus. Okay, we're going to need more buses, almost certainly. That is 900 people and growing, waiting for a bus. Let's maximise the number of buses on this line. Okay, so we're going to need more buses in general, like more bus routes. Maybe we have like a north route and a south route, and then we don't have a bus lane down the middle. If they're not going to use it, I don't want to have a dedicated bus lane that they're not going to use. So either we put a stop in the middle to force them to use it. Yeah. Like that. Do the same on this side. At least for now. And then, yeah, maybe 3 routes, top, middle and bottom, that do the same kind of thing. Or perhaps a separate route for the offices. So there's a loop that's doing residential to commercial and a different loop does the offices, because that will spread the demand out. Yeah, that seems sensible. So let's remove the offices from this route and create a new one. Recolour this. Create a new one that does the offices. So stopping in pretty much the same spots. There. For visualization, I want to put them separately, so I'm going to have them stop at the bottom of that one, top of that one, the top of that one, and then go to these offices, those ones, or just... Oh, there's also offices all the way around, aren't there? Which they can take other paths to get to. It's like we're going through 3 roads and we'll be facing the wrong way, so let's Stop at the bottom here. Then this one, this one, this one, and back. There. So let's... There's still 1,000 people that want to make that journey. And another 1,000 to come back, that's fine. So this one is far fewer people. So that sudden massive demand for the bus was not people wanting to get to work. It was people wanting to go shopping. Which is good. That will reduce the kind of traffic pressure that we had in the commercial zone, I hope. Oh, and I shouldn't forget, actually, a lot of people do work in our commercial zone, so that is still work. There's a lot of traffic here. Oh. I need to improve that for sure. I'm sure our number will have dropped. 84. It's not bad. 83. It's around the commercial zone. Maybe we should just pedestrianise the interior of that as well. How is the supply depots usage? Keep an eye on that. If we've got spare, then we can do deliver everything to reduce the commercial traffic in the commercial zone. Reduce it just to the domestic traffic that's there. 10% so far. New week just started and it's still low, I think. Let's try it. Let's activate deliver everything and then see whether we get like a delivery issue in those depots. Yeah, okay, we need... Throwing lots of buses on that line may get the people moving, but it's may also cause traffic issues. Keep an eye on that too. Around there. We're also not doing... This will be interesting. We're not doing free public transport. I haven't activated that, so... We're providing as many buses as we possibly can to carry thousands of people across the city, and we're not making a profit. Like, how do you make a profit with public transport? If you're like... You're fully filling like all the vehicles you possibly can. We've reduced numbers. Good. Okay, that could be related. Let's drop that back down to default number, I guess. 100%. Still like a cluster over here, but we don't have the thousands of people to move anymore. That's good. How's the other line? Now it should be. Okay. That could explain why we weren't making a profit. We were now running more buses than necessary. I wonder if that, in turn, is because it became night time. We may need to have a separate budget day-night. I can't particularly see the benefit from the numbers that I've seen doing public transport now and in the previous city. Can't see the benefit of charging for it. it just doesn't look like you're going to make a profit. So I'd rather make it free and really drive down traffic by getting people on the bus for free. Please factor in whatever the cost is to your expenses, which we're currently at minus 21,500, but that's part of the plan. We've not developed this city in a natural manner, and therefore our income won't look right until we balance things out properly. Like, it'll be very costly to be overproducing electricity by 600 megawatts, so we could sort that out, but I'd rather, you know, we're going to need them in the future. We've pre-built some stuff, so leave that going. I haven't spent any time watching our junctions, which I usually enjoy doing. I think they look really cool. I'm really happy with the way they've come out. These people pull over into that fourth lane and come off and around and into the city or wherever. Some people don't, and then when they rejoin, that fourth lane is there for them. Very cool. It'll become even more interesting to watch as we expand and grow the city, because the amount of traffic will increase substantially. If we've got like 2 high density zones built, we're planning on having roughly, rough terms, 3, 6, 9, 12 high density and 12 low density. Don't know the ratio of high to low, but let's say it's half, so the equivalent of 18 high density, 9 times what we've got now. It's going to be a busy city. Probably will get so big that I lose track of it, especially if we have to do bus routes through it. I'm going to be confusing the hell out of myself by the time we're finished here, which I'm sure will be fun in the process. So what's next, I suppose, is to zone more in. We've not fully constructed the commercial zone. So I think putting another high density residential zone here so that we have the people to finish that off. And then, yeah, and then onwards from there. Fill in more offices and the in-between sections, more services where they're needed. Probably quite quickly we'll need to do the out-of-town public transport services. Before expanding too big. We also need to consider where we're going to put the unique buildings. Monuments or whatever else we build in. That's one of the things that we didn't do in the last city that I really do want to look at this time, so I guess some of them we still need to unlock even though we're in Sandbox. Is interesting, but fine, we can work on that. It's interesting. Might do some research off stream about what those buildings do, what's best to build maybe, or how they interact, or we specifically want to focus on tourism, so I think you build a series of unique buildings in order to unlock the monuments. One of these is particularly good for tourism. I guess, there you go. Space elevator, huge influx of tourists. So we want to build the unique buildings that then unlock space elevators. So that says there, construct expo center. So we'll need one of them, which we have unlocked. I think you have to build more than one though. Not sure. Yeah, that one also says requirement for the space elevator, so we'll also need an opera house. And they're going to need to, I mean, they're big, okay. They're probably going to, yeah, need to fit in the hexes between the clusters where the offices are going, so hopefully we don't need that many offices. Actually, it might be very good to build unique buildings close to the highway. So, like, in this hex, we've got nothing planned really. It's got a bit of the offices because of it borders them, so that could be a unique building spot. And then its mirror on the other side of the highway could have another one. That'd be pretty good. Maybe these ones. Oh, that's like a service point one, yeah. Some of them might fit in the ones that are split by the highway. That's possible. It might fit in that half of there. Will be interesting for sure. We definitely have a traffic problem. Well, not like a problem, they're not stopped, but a flow concern with that at the moment. Okay. It'll be interesting to watch as it goes. Not much more to do tonight, I think. Just like looking at the time, and we're approaching the 8-hour mark when I will be finishing. The next steps are kind of like to do things, which I'd rather like leave for the next session. And drink is empty. I could do with refilling, so I think now is a good time to call it for the stream for tonight, to wrap things up. Just 15 minutes early. And to carry on in the next session instead with the next plans. So let me save this in its own save. And wrap up, and we'll continue another time. As ever, massive thank you to everyone who has joined today, everyone who stopped by, whether you've been chatting or lurking or whatever you've been up to, whether you're catching this later on video on YouTube or whatever. Thank you very much. Been a great session. We built an enormous hexagon of hexagons. Got the city up and rolling a little bit, and we're really getting somewhere, finding it really interesting. So looking forward to continue, which will happen on Friday, this Friday at 2 PM GMT. Another long City Skylines session. I am back tomorrow, 2 PM GMT, to play Anno 1800. Continue more of that. Quite far into the game now. I think tomorrow we'll kind of be looking at the stuff from the latest DLC, I think, but we'll see when we get up and running tomorrow. This week there's no stream on Thursday because I'm away, but other than that we're streaming every day, so there's plenty going on here. You and Minnie, thank you very much. Pretty interesting. I've found it interesting, so it's very nice to hear that you have too. Makes me very happy to hear that. Hopefully everyone who's found it a bit interesting will be able to come back at some point in the future, come join us in a stream and work on more interesting stuff together. So I am looking forward to that for sure. If that's it, then let's see who we might raid into this evening. If anyone. Thanks, Taylor. Thanks for hanging out today. Really appreciate it. No one in my list immediately jumps out. What these guys are up to. Melon's a cool person. If there's anyone with immediate plans to jump to anyone else, let me know. We can raid in together. Don't mind doing that. A lot of people just kind of hanging out and talking about their Christmas, which I don't really want to watch. Nah. Tonight, I think I will just call it a night. I am spending quite a lot of my time that I'm not streaming looking for more people to follow so that we can actually raid and be more supportive of other people around the place. But for tonight, that will do. One last thank you very much, and we'll hope to see you again soon. Good night.